Hello.
What up? Thank you.
Just extremely happy that I finally have my tablet back.
Hell yeah, did they fix it without breaking anything else?
They did. And in a
Very
much
nice.
shorter amount of time than I thought they would take. So,
Hell yeah.
I do have a 12-month warranty in case the same problem arises.
Ratio. Well, that's good. That's good that they covered their repairs.
Mm-hmm.
Step in, Nicole. Come on. Come on. Roll 20. I think it's my internet. My internet's just been absolute trash today. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I've been having some
Uh,
struggle with Incarnate and Roll 20 trying to get this map done.
hmm. I had an issue yesterday. Like, I get home and I'm trying to, watch YouTube or Crunchyroll, and just my internet or my connectivity to my computer just went. So I could not connect to internet. My Discord was still working, but I couldn't connect to my Chrome or anything of the sort. So I just ended up turning on Crunchyroll on my tablet and playing Pokemon.
And that's fair. I mean, it's been working. We've been watching YouTube and streaming Spotify and stuff. It's just for whatever reason, the upload is fucking bottoming out. It, and like it's huge. Don't get me wrong, big, big hulking map, but it's no bigger size wise, like file size than any of the others. So I don't understand why it's being so problematic.
uh,
Tina's also just using the bathroom and feeding Sky and everything. Because I've been struggling with this for the last 2 hours. Might just have to upload this another time. Well, I think in the city right now, everybody coming in from out of state, especially this weekend. Didn't even think of that, but we've got the fucking balloon festival happening this weekend that didn't end up happening because it's windy.
you sound a bit, robot-y, at least on my
Yeah, I
end.
bet. Probably. I'm just gonna if I mean we'll get there. I'll upload the maps another time because they're just too big. I don't think my internet can handle it. So don't worry about uploading the other one. The first one's fine. That'll be good enough.
At least, Nanashi's character sheet is pretty straightforward.
Not a lot to him. He just sticks to the background. I mean, probably not. Unless you guys get into a fight that I have not predicted, you're probably not gonna get into a battle tonight. So it should be okay. And nobody doesn't have any currently active plot threads, so nothing to worry about there.
Unless we accidentally pull one.
you pulling?
What happened to all my roll 20? Why?
I also saw the first 3 episodes of Legends of Vox Machina earlier.
We have not yet.
Haven't gotten to that yet.
And yet I'm still behind on campaign 3.
I'm just gonna turn on this because I just need something music. But Roll20 cleared out my entire musical library. Yay! So I had to reload
Awesome.
it all. Yay!
Yay.
Yeah. I can't even get Roll20 to load in. Why is it?
It's our internet, I can
So
guarantee
trash.
you.
I mean, maybe, but like Discord opened and everything. So, I don't know.
I don't know. It's just like specific things within.
Yeah.
We'll see. See how it goes. I never did get that other map uploaded. I just abandoned all hope. It wasn't working. When we get to that point, I'll post it in the channel so you guys can look at it. But it's going to be an interactive one, so
Oh my god.
Heck yeah.
it'll be fun. It's gonna be fun. So, all right. Well, everybody's here. Everybody is logged in. So let's go ahead and begin. Last game we picked up with you guys, still working your way through the trials of Ascalon within the keep, the Platinum Keep here. Well, at that point, in the skies between Boulder's Gate, where it was going, and the mountains where it come from, and you guys pretty much got to it while it was clearing like the western ridge of those mountains when you got onto it, and it was ass. Getting through the trials, you found a stairway reveal itself that led up to a floor, another pentagon-shaped room with a brazier kind of burning in the middle, and 7. Well, at that time, you saw 5 platinum lizard folk kind of just awaiting your arrival. A conversation with them in which the trial that you had now stepped into was laid out before you, in which you were to fight them, and they were not to hold back, but they would eventually acquiesce, that it did not need to be a fight to the death unless you guys chose to deliver that blow.
Murder.
During the battle, 2 more revealed themselves from the shadows, completing the 7 platinum lizard folk who kind of made up this group. One of them did die, right?
I
They
don't
were
think
knocked out.
so.
No, no.
Oh, okay,
You
they
did
were
pretty
knocked out.
good.
Okay, that's what I thought. One of them was knocked
Oh,
out, and the others all
Yeah.
kneeled down and
I
acquiesced.
remember
That,
exactly what happened. Eodos, he got struck by one of them. Eodos turned around, looked at him, got mad, and like took the
It
black
slapped
man,
him with his axe.
took the black
Flat-
man, remember, and smacked the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
with a big fucking paddle blade just on the flat of it. Knocked the shit out of him. Okay. I knew there was an X on one of them for a reason. But you guys concluded the battle with honor and then proceeded outside to meet your friend, your former friend, and the current master of the keep, Ascalon. Another short conversation with him in which he did pretty much tell you what would happen, that he was going to continue on his mission unless you guys could prove to him that you could handle it on your own. And in so doing, you had to fight him. You had to actually prove to him that you could tire him. You didn't need to kill him or deplete his hit points or anything along those lines. There was a threshold that he had put in place that you were very, very close to tipping into when Rose donned the white worm mask
Oh boy.
and drew the ire of the uncorrupted as he swung the true version, this true manifestation of the justice of Bahamut, manifesting a massive amount of power. He unleashed it upon Rose, the mask, and fortunately no one else, because of where Rose was kind of placed. This huge blast wave of platinum light carving its way through the night sky as you all drifted above Baldur's Gate. Rose narrowly avoiding absolute destruction, which would have been problematic thinking about it in some of the retrospect,
Yeah.
because that type of blast is not one to leave an intact body.
Sure, it's fine.
Rose had fallen unconscious from the sheer power of the blast wave, but the white worm mask itself had been broken.
The
In that
nuke.
instant, before Rose had really even slumped to the ground, Eodos had unhinged the green worm mask and held it out for Ascalon to destroy. A nod of his head threw it on the ground, and another blast wave, platinum light, and the second worm mask sundered, cracked. These wisps of white and green, smokish energy that kind of had this dark interior kind of anti-glow to them made their way out into the world at large while you tried to calm down Ascalon after what your friend had done. And through some collective
Persuasion.
persuasions to their old friend, Ascalon finally took it upon himself to go ask the one person whose opinion he trusted the most. And so we went to Ken. Asleep, deep within this warm and comforting dream of his childhood, he hears a knock at the door, and a older version of himself, the current version of himself, with platinum hair, platinum eyes, scars that run the length of his arms, and a few, like, on his chin, light ones. Definitely looks like he's seen battle. Introduced himself and asked if they could talk. And through that conversation, a agreement to basically keep their eye on Rose was made, because Ascalon fears what Rose may do in the presence of future masks. This has proven to be a weak spot, and has asked Ken if he would be willing to take on kind of the bird guardianship, knowing that Ascalon would be waiting in the background. Ken agreed that he could, and you all on the terrace, beaten, bloody, tired, saw as the large form of Ascalon kind of slumped forward and sighed with this almost air of relief before directing the fluid landmass past Baldur's Gate. And through my preparations of Baldur's Gate, I realized that I had kind of narrated this a little bit wrong. It goes over Baldur's Gate, and then there's a solid patch of grassland. Baldur's Gate sits near the coast. It's about maybe like 5 to 10 miles from the coastline, but it doesn't actually sit on the coast. It sits on a river, the river Shantar, that kind of comes in from the ocean, or flows into the ocean. So they watched as you all soared over their city,
Bye.
and a couple more miles or so, about 1.8, out into the ocean, before, as gently as he could, he set the island down
Only
and tried to
mild
cause
tsunami. It's
a
fine.
mild bit of displacement of water. There wasn't a lot. He is a demigod after all. And with that final act of placing the Platinum Keep within the ocean to the west of Baldur's Gate, he glowed with this pure platinum light that you guys had seen actually before in his transformation from Ken. In addition, at this time, the doors into the keep would have also closed, and you all would be just kind of on the terrace watching as he shrunk smaller and smaller and smaller, and turned into not one solid landmass or mass, but two. One being Ken, the other being Race Felgar, the armor that he had absorbed during his transformation, and then several smaller ones as Ken's weapons all kind of clanked out of the collective energy well that had come Ascalon onto the floor.
Yeet.
And Ken you came back to consciousness for the first time, real consciousness, in a week. And go ahead and at disadvantage, Ken, can you roll me a perception check as you kind of like wake up and take in everything that's around you? I think Aerith was like way back here, right? Okay, 10. That's actually not bad. You kind of like wearily blink. Smell of the ocean is the first thing that catches you, and it's familiar because Candlekeep is on the ocean. It's on like a little bluff that sits out over the same ocean, just south of here. You look around. You can see Eodos has kind of Rose propped up kind of next to him. Rose is not looking good, and there is a familiar Dragonborn kind of standing behind them, casting what looks like some sort of healing magic on them. You blink, and you look to the left. You see Aerith. He's definitely done something. I don't know, he just looks like he's a different color. Kind of glance past, there's somebody else there, and you go, wait a minute. Aerith? And you realize that Aerith is here.
Wait,
The last thing you remember, he was dead.
wait. If Era's here, oh, fuck, did we die again?
Almost. This was very fucking there. But no, his mom was like, "You're coming back," and so he did.
Oh, fuck. Well, I'm glad you're back, man. I would hug you, but every cell in my body hurts. So I'll save the hug until after I recover.
Don't
And
worry, I'll hug you first.
and he'll tap his body softly to like make sure he has everything, and then pull out his all-purpose tool, and then press a button and turn it into a walking stick or cane.
Okay. He definitely needs it. All your equipment, well, it's actually interesting. You're wearing, you got your gear. You actually have like your flashbangs kind of, or any that you had left, is still sitting on your hip. But your bag of holding with like your money and stuff isn't there. Your weapons are on the ground before you. Nidhogg and Vidofnir, your longsword. Your gauntlet is on. You still have that. And you can kind of look over and actually let me pull Race's token out. Since he is also here. You look over and you see him, and he kind of like pulls himself onto his legs, his paws, and just like shakes a little bit and kind of slumps back down and looks at you like, ow.
Yeah, I feel you, buddy. Well, next question is, where the fuck is my money?
It's in the other room.
Probably back there, yep. Rose just carefully lifts an arm and points back towards the door.
Wait,
I assumed it was yours, at least.
other room. Wait, where are we?
You tell us, man. This was your shit.
My shit? What are you talking about?
Well, to be
I
more
can't even-
accurate, it was Ascalon's shit.
Which is Ken.
Ask a... Guys, the last thing I remember is Rose telling me about Sid, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh God, Sid."
Wait, okay, hold on. So you don't remember morphing into a dragon and blowing the shit out of the guild hall ceiling?
I destroyed the guild hall ceiling.
Well,
You were also
part
gonna
of
wipe
it.
out. He was pretty intent on wiping out corruption on a grand scale. It was about to like I don't know if you could tell by this mountain. Nuke fucking Baldur's Gate.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
I think that's a little. I think we have some stuff to talk about. Apparently, if you don't remember any of that,
No, the last thing I
and
remember is that morning at the guild hall. I was trying to work on my inventions. It was pissing me off. Came down for breakfast. Rose told me about the dream they had, what invaded Garrick. She showed me Sid's face, and everything went dark. And
that was.
I thought I heard a voice kind of softly say, "I got this," but I'm not too.
Oh, he
And,
sure did.
yeah,
It
he
was
got the
Well,
just,
hook out of it.
that
and
was a
then
week ago.
after that, it was just a really, really long but wonderful dream of my past. And
I'm glad
then,
you had fun.
It's been
Rose,
an
don't be
ordeal for the
salty.
rest of us.
all
Well,
right,
this is your lair. Have a look
Yeah,
around.
apparently, this is your castle on a mountain. Apparently,
Your personal dungeon.
Yeah, Ascalon
well,
legitimately made this his lair and flew it off of that mountain. So,
Hey,
my
fun fact, this was Jax's lair too, before you took it over.
yeah, by
well, the
extension,
mountain
it makes
part.
it yours now.
You look back at the
Congrats.
mountain. It. Everybody, roll me an insight check as you take in kind of what you're looking at.
Insight,
The
insight.
door to the interior has closed. Oh boy.
Nanashi.
Hell yeah, guys.
Insight.
Mm.
He's at advantage, he should not be.
Alright. Okay.
oh, oh, sorry. No, wait, that was a
Yeah,
disadvantage.
that was a disadvantage.
Yeah.
You rolled a 14 and an 18. That's not bad. Alright. So for Ken and nobody, as you guys look at this, the whole mountain itself looks like it's being shrouded in mist. It looks like there's this like general fog that is just taking up the area beneath you, all the way down to, well, you actually can't see where it goes down to. It's like this really dense fog. It has this kind of platinum sparkle to it, and as nobody and Ken, you both look at it and like focus on it. There's the mist itself seems to be emanating from the landmass beneath, and it's kind of just like washing down and billowing gently, and then kind of forming this cloud around the base of the mountain, and just kind of engulfing the whole thing in this pillow of platinum mist fog.
Huh.
And Ken, as you look at it, I'm going to whisper this.
I guess while I'm observing this, I'm gonna like take off like the heavy stuff, like all of my heavier pieces of gear. Oh wait, I don't have my bag of holding. Fuck.
Yeah, it's just not there.
Shit. I'm at the. God damn it! I'm about to make another one. Bullshit.
Sure. I'm sure you asked to get rid of it somewhere over there.
It's probably in the pile of all your stuff.
You hear in the back of your mind, just calm and gentle, that
You'll see Ken like perk up. He's like, "Who said that?"
Who said what?
Said what?
And then he'll like think about it. He's like, "Wait a minute. Are you the person I spoke to in my dream?"
Oh my god, Ken went crazy, guys. I think we hit him too hard.
He hit us harder.
Eidos is just looking at Aerith like, we literally just went through all of this with Ascalon. Who do you think is talking to this man?
He did say he was going to be watching, creepily.
Well, thank you. I will do my best to design it in a way that benefits both of us, you and me, as well as the team here. Um, okay, guys, could anyone fill me in on what happened this week? Leave nothing. I need details. You know how my brain works.
Yep. All right, hold on. Let me get off the floor because this is gonna take a minute. Ow. Thanks for that, by the way.
Oh, so Ascalon.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
it's kind of
I realized that I
jerk.
didn't really ask your name when we spoke, but yeah, nice to meet you. Really great name, by the way.
You just
Tell him he's a jerk.
And then back you by.
Helmy's a jerk.
Eidos is just like, hey, kid, take a wild guess what Rose may or may not have done in front of the guy who hates everything to do with Tiamat and corruption as a whole.
Come on, man.
Oh, Rose, you didn't.
Oh, she did.
Hey,
And got nuked for it.
wasn't my fault. Maybe.
Keep telling yourself that.
It's fine. It's not like I can do it again, can I?
Yep, Silver Lyn. He destroyed two of the mass force.
Apparently, you can do that.
Good news is we got something special from an asshole that everybody killed, I think.
Hmm?
And I show Ken the fangs of Bahamut that I'm carrying.
Oh. Yeah, that's part
right.
of the story.
You
Rose will
look-
go through the whole week.
As Rose starts to recount it, you kind of look down at Aerith's arm, and you can see coiled up around each one, and kind of like this spiral that just goes around his forearms are these light platinum like wraps that are just there. That were before. As well as pretty much his entire outfit. Like everything about Aerith has once again changed. And as Rose starts telling the story of Ascalon's breaking out of the keep, Eidos riding Ascalon's foot all the way to Jax's lair, and all of the things that happened thereafter, going to Gallandar. The couple of trips to the Nether Mountains that you guys made to talk to Dragon Mom.
Shit with Robert.
Your new ally Arturia, the shit that went down with Robert and Hibisia, who went AWOL at the same time.
Right,
You kind of,
remember
you
how
start
that guy
blinking,
went.
and Rose has been talking for a solid probably 20 minutes at this point, and they're good at telling stories, but you are so tired and everything just so hurts. You just need a bed.
Oh, damn. Well, I appreciate the information. Let me. Can we let's explore this area? God damn, I'm so sore and tired. I need a bed, at least to lay down.
Feel
Let's.
that.
Do you guys mind grabbing some of this stuff? I am too weak to carry anything right now.
Yeah.
Racefelger, do you mind helping too, buddy?
He kind of like
Creaks.
leans over. You hear like clanking and this low metallic growl, and he looks between all of the pieces that you kind of like shed from your half plate and weapons and stuff, and he just goes over to your longsword and just scoops up the longsword and kind of just walks alongside you.
But yeah, we got plenty of bags to put all of your gear and shit in. Why not? I mean, I hate to say I didn't really see beds on the way here. So, unless I made bedroom somewhere.
Yeah.
Head towards the door. Can we open this?
You pull on the handles of the door. The door is locked. It's locked shut,
Oh.
does not budge, and the handles feel kind of gently warm. Like it's not cold out here, but it's not. There's a chill because you are on kind of like an ocean island. There is an ocean breeze right now. And as you touch the handles, the rest of the metal around you on the railings, the concrete here, the stone here on the floor has been relatively cool. These and pull on them, and it does.
You want to ask your ride along if we're allowed to go inside?
Let me try something first and kind of wobble his ass over to the door, and then try to push it open.
You also put your hand on the door. You feel the warmth in it. You push. You hear in the back of your mind, "It is not safe this night while it reshapes. The balcony, the terrace shall remain. It shall be ready for you in the morrow."
Oh, Ascalon says, I think the keep is being remodeled, so we're probably gonna have to hang out here.
Like
Uh,
right now?
Who's got the key? Please tell me you still have the key.
Yeah. Boy, do I have the spell slots for it? However,
I have a third level remaining.
guess
Uh,
who's got 4 first levels?
Oh, well then.
So
I'll expend my third level.
Well, it does have to happen in the same
okay.
action, so hold on. Before you do that,
Yeah, I don't got
because
shit to
that's
help you with,
the
bro.
caveat. It's not like you can load it in, otherwise one person could do it.
I mean, if we can, if you guys could just chill for an hour, I can toss a 5th level in all at once. But
Why not?
all of mine got ate up, trying not to get murdered by a big dragon boy. So
Well, while you guys chat and catch up, Rose tells the story. Ken, you're kind of just like, ugh. You're listening. It's fascinating, and you are engrossed in what they're telling you. It's obviously it's the story of your allies. So, but you're so tired, and after about another half an hour or so of rest, Yados, you do get your spell slots back. You guys can open the door. During that entire time, the mountain has continued to kind of exude this platinum mist, and the fog around you has grown stronger and stronger. The terrace itself has remained relatively untouched, but you can't even see the landmass beneath you or past like the front wall of this pentagonal room anymore. It's just entirely obscured. But an hour passes, or half an hour passes, you get your spell slots back. The two of you are able to open the door to the mansion. Where do you place the door?
Just like right here, I guess.
Okay. And I just wanted to know. And then are you leaving
Kinda like
anybody?
here facing this way.
Okay, cool.
Maybe.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Alrighty. The door manifests itself and opens, and we return to Demur's mansion. There it is. So, oops. And the music that I don't have
No.
I remember what it was called though, so I can grab it real quick. That's not one. Sorry, guys. Give me a second.
Okay.
A dead person.
Oh god.
No. You guys already you took.
Get
you
out of
took-
here, Nummer.
But no. I'll put on the music here while we go. You guys walk into your mansion, and are greeted by spectral copies of yourselves in maid outfits as usual. You hand them pieces of equipment that you're just tired of carrying, and they wisp away with it, and you are left to go about your evenings. Ken, you probably head to the room that you had claimed for yourself. And...
Correct.
I'll help
Immediately
him
go back.
along the way.
Okay. All right.
Just to alleviate some pressure.
In his other token. Grab the Ken token. Is there anything else anybody else wanted to do tonight before tomorrow morning?
I don't think there was.
We didn't really have much in the way planned after it was all kind of like getting up to getting to Ascalon. Can I practice my daily thing, I guess?
Sure.
And get some food?
Give me a dexterity check, but it is going to be a disadvantage because you
Yeah.
almost died today.
Yeah, I mean, everything's a disadvantage today. Dexterity check.
Okay. It's not as much progress as you would hope, but it does help you along the way. You know, the ritual of it is probably what's more important at this point, is just dedicating time and
Yeah.
focusing on it. Is there anything you else wanted to touch on or do before the next morning?
I mean, if we can get a quick little hooked on phonics session with Artoria, that'd be great. That's the only thing I got to work on.
Sure, it's up to you, Ken, whether or not you wanted me to take over Arturia at this point, or you just want to run both until she heads back to the Nether Mountains. I assume she came into the keep with you guys, just because, you know, pain.
Sit out by herself.
Yeah. Hold up. I can click up her page real quick. I'll take over briefly, and then that'll be intelligence check, right?
Yes. Intelligence to
Into an inch.
And comparing
teach
to her.
Theodos to help him kind of go over some of the
Uh,
more nuanced points of
We were having a
Arcana.
night.
I guess I'll try some spell sniping.
Okay, you head to the. Go ahead and roll an attack roll at disadvantage, because again, painful day.
We sleep.
Just like a firebolt or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't click. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, your spells were all like broken last
I
time when I was
know.
piloting you.
There it goes. Why are they highlighted?
Disadvantage, please.
Whoa.
Who knows?
A disadvantage.
That looks like the stuff you can click. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. It's still a 14 on the die. All right. See,
Oh,
they added
you
distance.
still can't click it
Still
for
doesn't work.
right? What about description? Nope.
Nope.
It's a beefy firebolt. 29
shit.
damage firebolt.
Okay.
That's not even good rolls either. That's
No.
Right? That
one,
was-
two, three in there. Yikes. Anyway,
beef.
yeah, like at this point, you're like having to stand back in the hallways, and you're almost doing like wanted curve shots, trying to get long enough fields of view to be able to actually focus on these train dummies and spell sniper. But they do hit their mark, and you do make progress.
Yay! Okay, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, it is exhausting, and by the end of it, you're definitely like, okay, all right, maybe don't overdo it, but that was good. That was good. Um, intelligence 9 and 17. Okay. Um, at this point, it's building vocabulary and some of the more nuanced things. So, seeing as how the day was, it's pretty much just adding new words to it, which is more or less just rote memorization and like um tying concepts to words. You do make progress. You do learn a few things, and you
Teach me how to say fuck.
Meh.
closer
I'm pretty sure that was the
to
lesson
your
1.
goal. No, I don't think Arturia is teaching him swear words. Kind of like
If I
no.
teach you how to say fuck, because I speak Draconic.
Okay, all right, then. That is fair. Where is all my notes on your?
And then yeah, after that, Arturia is retired.
Nah.
Oh,
Much
she still
better.
got to give Ken his binder and his money.
Much better retirement than the last 2.
They're fine.
They're having fun.
Out. They're doing just great, you know.
I don't know, they're probably enjoying their retirement
Mm-hmm.
as much.
It's a very
Yeah, as
active
murder.
retirement.
He's probably dead. That's
Where was your last spell sniper that you were working
It's been a while.
on? I know. Kind of went back to it
Anyway.
after a minute.
It's been a
I
while.
just think we kind of solved one of the more pressing ones, so maybe now we can spend a couple days in fucking Erebor getting our stuff actually finished now.
right.
Trying to.
Ew.
And as soon as that's done, we gotta go chase Robert down, and we also have to check out fucking Kegrum's whole bullshit that like half of us don't
Yeah.
even actually know about.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Alright, there we go. Got it. Okay. Got the notes in here. Okay. Got it. Okay, cool. All right then. Well, your evening's activities concluding. Get yourself a late night snack to help rejuvenate the lost calories from the afternoon's battle, and probably turn in by like 9 o'clock because you fought Ascalon at dusk. Like literally, the keep was facing west. I guess now it's facing east, so that compass is backwards. But the keep was facing west because he had that balcony pointed in the direction he was flying, because it's basically like his captain's throne chair where he could just look down over the world he was flying over and direct where the mountain went. So as he was fighting and sending off these blasts of energy, and you guys were throwing everything you had at him, the sun was just gently setting off to the western sky, just like off the bottom of where that map was by our orientation. And then as Ken came back, like the mountain began to exude that mist, probably as night set in. And as you guys came in here, it was about 7. Getting food, practice, it's about 9. So you turn in relatively early for you guys, and nobody knows nothing. No. All right. Then the next morning, you guys arise probably still around 8:30, 9, your normal time, getting a long night's rest. You each do get a long rest. No one is accosted by bad dreams or
Yay.
made
Well,
to
that's
suffer unduly. There are bigger concerns at work in the world right now that you guys have started. But as you
We didn't do
awaken, you
nothing.
find each other in the kind of meeting area dining table that you have commonly met over, and everyone, including Arturia, gathers to discuss the day's activities, what you have planned for that day.
Ken kind of wants to explore his lair, apparently. Rose's words, not so.
Man, I hope Ascalon had the foresight to add a magic circle for us.
Nah, just chilling.
Yeah, you're gonna have to just get Chip out here.
I do also want to send a message.
Okay. To whom?
I'm not metagaming, but I did want to send a message to Emmeline and ask her how their trade run was going with the Starlight Dragon. I was told that she was out doing a trade run, so.
You were
But-
even already gonna send her a message anyway before
I was. We just got
Ascalon
fucking
told something
distracted.
happened. Yeah.
Definitely makes sense. Right. Let's see. Arturia will also send a sending to one of the NPCs who will respond in Arturia's mind, and so I don't actually have to construct it because you're talking to me. To alert Oda Aurelia Carnus of the current situation. Oda Ari is going to ask her to. Where could she go? To try to make her way to, I guess, back to Iriabor. Because that was where you guys were going to have Eleuthera meet you, because he was kind of out here on Ascalon duty, and so he can help Arturia get back so that she can conclude her mission. But the sending is one filled with not adulation or any sort of like, "You did so wonderful, my dear, I'm so proud," but it was probably the best that Arturia could hope for of praise from her mother.
Gotta take the wins when you can.
Yeah, take the wins when you can. Absolutely. Don't we all know that? But yeah. Having concluded helped conclude the Ascalon threat that he put to all things, because who would have known? A lot of the Metallics, they hold up to his ideation of what pure is. They're a part of the world. Maybe, but they weren't willing to roll the dice on that. Okay, we needed the dragon, figured it out. Where have you gotten to so far?
Locked up, send help, bring guns.
Don't tell my father. No, I'm kidding.
He knows. He just didn't tell us.
Mm-hmm.
6. How many is that? 2, 3, 4, 6. 4, 5, 8, 9, 10.
Sending.
Don't you love that arbitrary word liminal sending?
It's
just
right.
so weird.
God, it sucks.
Because
Why
we
can't
can
it just
speak
be
in
like you
German
can do
and write novels.
right? Like it should be like maybe up to like you can talk for like a minute, but like a word limit. Come on, man. I understand you don't want to be able to say everything in one spell slot, but 25 is rough.
I'm gonna give this one to you just because there is no way for all of the information to be coordinated, and that is how she would respond, thinking that you know what's up, based off of how you worded that. That's what you hear in your mind.
All right, cool. That's I'm gonna use all my fucking spell slots, aren't I?
Alrighty, jeez.
Right. We're just sitting around eating breakfast, and Rose pauses for a moment and like drops their fork and sits up, like putting their hands on the table. And I'm gonna cast Sending again.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I don't think things are going great.
I love the idea of you hearing Rose's side of the conversation, but not being able to hear what they're hearing back in their mind.
That's why I'm typing mine out in the
It makes
open.
me so happy.
They're definitely saying this all out loud.
It's going about continuing my breakfast. So, Ken, how sore are you feeling today?
Well, I don't feel like my body's been pulled apart and restitched together. It still sucks.
That's
but
good. That's good.
You're down to 3 stacks of exhaustion.
Only 3.
What does 3 account for? Three.
Pretty much disadvantage on everything.
And disadvantage on everything.
Half speed.
Nope.
Yeah. And we've fought with that in Strahd because that's happened to us where we've had to
That's
actually
right.
deal with that. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There was a period in time where Cray and Carter just had like level 2 exhaustion for 5 sessions in a row.
Permanently.
It sucked.
Called the Amber Temple and it was hell. Anyway.
We don't have a session on Monday.
Nope.
Just remembered.
No.
Yeah, I mean, while Rose is messaging, you guys are free to go check things out if you want. You can go together, you can go separately, however you want to go about it.
Well,
Like,
Rose
it's just typing
is
things out and responding. It's going to take time, so I want you guys to be able to continue while they're...
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, no.
But
No
yeah,
rush.
continue to.
I just
have
okay,
nobody carry Ken around.
I just had a random thought.
Mhm.
Me knowing like the teleportation circle stuff. When they make the portal, can they see where it's going, or is it just like an ethereal portal they step through and they just gotta trust I'm sending them where I say that I'm sending them? Could I prank people and be like, yeah, we're sending you here, and you're actually going to the other side of the country?
Yes, it's the latter. It's kind of
Hell
like
yeah.
So Rick and Morty.
It's like a kawoosh. Yeah, it's a opaque vortex that you guys jump through, fully trusting the wizard that is opening the portal for you.
So I could be like, all right, let's go to Erebor, and I'd open it for just enough time to let people through, and it's like, nah, you're actually going back to the Elfwood. Enjoy that.
Exactly. You just send some random humans to the Elfwood, and they're like, where the hell are we? And the people at the
He
academy
gets
are
sniped by
"Who the fuck are
the
you?"
rangers, by the patrol people, intruders. Shunk.
I mean, it's a reason why most magic circles are pretty well locked down. By the time you had got to that magic, you had built enough renown within the guild to get the guilds, and then by the time you got to, Lintier,
Man,
you
that's
had
kind of
enough
terrifying.
renown.
Like the logistics of that. Think of if they had like infiltrated and just laid low, gotten in well enough for them to trust that like they're running the circles, they could completely disrupt the flow of everything.
Yeah. You're probably one of the more prolific teleporters on the coast right now because you have things outside of the guild circle, and the guilds tend to be the best. Now, like, a city like Baldur's Gate could have half a dozen or even maybe a dozen teleportation circles. So the one being down at your guild hall doesn't mean there aren't still, like, there's still one at the academy, there's still one at the council hall, places like that.
Yeah, dude, that's like with that serious breach with their systems with the airspace stuff recently. Imagine that, but apply to D&D when somebody fucks up a bunch of teleportation circles and starts redirecting people to really, really dangerous places.
That's
Yeah,
so fucked
yeah.
up.
You go out to Malachi's lair and spend a year crafting a teleportation circle in the center of the pit of lava, and then you just send your enemies there. You're like, don't worry, I'm sending you somewhere safe, and you just push through the portal.
No, you
and they're
do it
just
on the
Stay
you do it
here.
on the ceiling above the lava.
I'm just gonna open up the toilet. Here we go.
We should get Eidos a broom of flying and just be like, here you go. You can now draw your teleportation
He has
circles
winged
anywhere.
boots.
Oh, that's right.
He's had winged boots since he first got to Eriabor. When I was like,
The
yeah,
broom
you
of
guys can
flying
buy an
is
uncommon
indefinite.
item, and I didn't realize that winged boots were, uncommon. It's like, holy shit, man.
It is really wild too that they're. I feel like even with the time limit, they should probably bump the rarity up a little bit on them wing boots.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little.
They're
There
so
needs to be a
good.
step between uncommon and rare.
Staff of the Woodlands.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhere where those specific items, those ones
That
like,
should at least be like a legendary or no, at least a very rare.
Yeah.
Just a common, uncommon, semi-rare, rare, and then start throwing stuff into semi-rare.
Yee.
I like semi-rare. I don't
I like how we're
know.
just having this random. Ito straight up asked that out loud, so you guys just be aware that that's information we have that we could technically kidnap people.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm almost done.
No, you're good.
I just-
You're counting words.
A couple of bombs to drop. I had to. Sure.
Yeah, you're getting to the bottom of things that us two specifically had no other way besides you doing this. So it's really good that you can.
All right, yeah. Rose just drops her fork, hands hit the table. They kind of like half stand up from their chair and just like, what do you mean? Where are you? Where else can I trust you? You're not what guards? And so why? God, who else? Son of a! And then they get cut off.
There's a pause where everyone, as you guys can hear as Rose is speaking it, like there's this kind of weird intonation, it's like reverberation to their voice that you've heard when they send the sendings. You can hear their side of the sending spell, unless they want to do it subtly, in which case.
No, they're doing it loud.
But you're not doing it subtly. You're shouting it in reflex. You see them scratch magic through the air and just start bellowing, looking like at no one, just staring at the center of the table. All of that, and then they're just kind of like staring with this blank look on their face.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody is whatever we were talking about kind of stops, and probably everyone's looking at Rose like,
Uh-oh.
As soon as they're done, they're just like tapping one finger against the table, waiting for her to respond.
That really doesn't sound
have
good.
to wait.
I want you to see for a
Can Ken attempt to, I guess, attempt to work out the invention he was working on prior to, Escalon popping out?
Sure, roll me an intelligence check at advantage this time. As you kind of like, you're looking down at your plate of eggs and bacon,
Advantage?
and you're, yeah, at advantage. And
Oh,
you're kind of
okay.
like scratching things around, and you're staring at it, and it's the first really like warm meal you've had in a week because you've been.
Oh my god.
Those are good
Continuous.
rolls, man.
Hell yeah.
And you start kind of like fiddling with it, and then this image pops into your mind. This image of this kind of like fist-sized half dome with an indent on one side of it where a jewel could be inlaid, and arcane scribbles and these kind of like little knobs on the other underside of it. Looks like it could be handled in one hand. And you think to yourself, I've seen this. Like, not only am I seeing it in my mind, kind of picturing what it would look like, but you've seen it. and you just sort of feel like a smile in the back of your. It was actually already on top of that. Yeah.
Buddy.
Rose. Let's see. Oh boy.
I like how Rose is having this crazy, like, shit's hitting the fan. Everybody's looking at them, and Ken's like, Eureka!
I got it.
He's like moving his eggs around, and he moves them into this like perfect half-domed shape with this divot on the top, and he starts like scribbling on the side with his fork, and it's a perfect eureka moment where all the stuff clicks back together.
I do like how Rose's conversation was just like, "Hey, how's the run going?"
They were just sitting back and eating breakfast, just like, might as well check up on her. They haven't gone on a supply run before.
What guards? And repossessed? That was probably when Eodos looked over like, what?
Son of a bitch.
You get that, and then there's a moment where you're like getting ready to cast the spell, and you hear her voice again.
Okay.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm sure. Kyle.
Just this is another perfect instance where it's like, who knew about it? And somebody's gonna be like, nobody, and everybody's just gonna be like, okay, so nobody knew, but they really mean nobody knew.
Right.
I told your interns about this, but I did make them swear to secrecy because I knew y'all would fly off the handles. So.
Yes, and now we're going to. But they finally like finish listening to the message and just kind of like head down and just, God, son of a fuck. Hey, guess what, guys? So you know how Hadrian told us that the Avengers were on like a milk run getting some stuff, our airship?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently they got arrested for stealing the airship. God, putting things together, hold on. It was repossessed by, I'll let you fucking guess. Who's still after them, which is great. And apparently we were told that the guild hall was in shambles, right? By Hadrian.
The scribble was broken, and then they had like a priority alert.
Or at least they were
there.
Yeah, shit's apparently going down because, God, I don't even know what they did. She said Jaeger, Halan, and her were safe. Dragon was repossessed. They're hiding. I guess half of the Avengers are still in jail. And I think Jaeger killed a bunch of people because she said the guild hall's not safe. And they're hiding under the city. And something happened last night that was not specified. And that was a lot of information that is really hard to put together. I hate sending.
Do you reply to her? Because that last one was from her to you. You have a reply. You
Yes.
can reply to this
While
message.
after I give them all that information, then I'll reply real quick.
You grab the hold tether. It's like, all right, hold on.
Yeah, hold on.
Does anybody know how to get under the city?
None of you have ever. I mean, you've been to Boulder's Gate like once. Can roll me a history check.
Alright. That counts as an ability, so it's going to be at disadvantage.
That's why I didn't specify. Everything's a disadvantage.
Come on, double net 20. Double net 20, baby. Let's do it.
I mean, a +10 modifier on history. So you do know that Boulder's Gate, founded along a river, has a underground sewer system. It's also kind of, there's distinct portions of the city that are safer and more seedy than others. So it's just like any other large city where it's got its, its upper class areas, like the different tiers in Erebor, where you have the central pier or the central tier there where most of the upper class lives, and then the upper tier where you get most of the like mercantile stuff, and then the bottom one where you have a lot of the working class, the docks and warehouses. Could be they're in the sewers, could be that it's under the city, as in like the city's underbelly or something like that. Yeah, like a slum.
Yeah.
I feel like our new goal is to repurpose our airship and end his reign of small tyranny.
I mean, our goal with that man has been to
Double
kill
repossess.
him for a long time
right?
now. He lucked up with the intergalactic police showing up that time because we were going to catch him outside that fucking courthouse.
Yeah.
Now he's given us a reason to throw more hands.
But yeah, just so everybody's on the same page, Emmeline told me that Jaeger, Halan, and her are safe. The dragon was repossessed, and they're in hiding. They need to get Orvestia and Eldkin. The guards are still after her. They were arrested for theft of airship, and Jaeger got them out, or it got her out. And he's scary. A lot of dead. Guildhall's not safe. Vogue is still after them. And they're hiding in the underbelly of the city. Something happened last night, and they used that as a distraction to escape the hall.
Got it. So do we need to go break Eldkin and Orvestia out?
I mean, probably. And, kill Vogue since he still seems to be after the other half of them.
None of his angels returned to him, did they?
Well, about that.
What?
Pretty sure I told you, didn't I? About the dream?
Did you?
Did I? Well, okay, you remember the one super asshole? And they kind of like snap their fingers for a minute. The weird dragonborn, the
purple bitch.
Shiny. Yeah, her. She's got the black mask.
She has your mask? I'm sorry.
Right.
Maybe it's not yours, but
yeah. Let's get away from that. None of these masks are any of ours at this point.
Yeah.
We've seen exactly. Let's write it, Rose. We've seen what happened. So none of these masks are anybody's. They need to be destroyed. Not
as long as we can destroy them, fine. But yeah, she was pretty not dead anymore, and also had that, and I'm sure is still working with that asshole.
Well, there's our proof that he's tied to the cult.
I mean, like, we really needed more.
I know. Well,
But
I guess it's time for a prison break.
We're basically in the same position because we have evidence that he's working with the cult. We just can't prove it because we can't take it. Like, like from the when we were working that convoy, we knew right then he was with them. We just couldn't, prove it. And now we got this even more reason, but we can't prove it again.
Like,
Nobody ever
it's
listens
our
to us.
word. Our
At
word
this
against
point-
his.
Yeah. At this point, they should just realize, hey, those 6 crazy motherfuckers that just keep killing dragons. They just will not stop killing dragons. Yeah, fuck those guys. They don't know what they're talking about. They're obviously not
obviously
qualified to help anyone. What's
Nah.
that? Another dragon? They're wearing it. Forget it. Doesn't
Uh,
matter.
They're crazy.
Out the window.
When
That
Ken
man wearing
hears
a dragon.
about, when Ken hears about trying to get proof, you see him like close his eyes briefly, like in a state of thought, and then like slowly gets up and then hobbles to like find like a piece of metal to like shape and whatnot, and then he is going to use magical tinkering. I just thought of this, so if it you can tell me if it won't work, Cade, but just I would like to use magical tinkering to turn it into a small recording device.
Ooh, let's see. It emits.
I know it says you could yeah. I know it says and the recording can't be more than 6 seconds, but
Roll me. Give me an intelligence check. This one would be at disadvantage now.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
I mean, you could make that like right when we get a confession from him.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make it so that you could have the object in your hand and record 6 seconds of audio, but it would have to be finely tuned, and you'd have to be the one to trigger it. And then you could play that 6 seconds back, but getting it to be able to record more than that.
I've got a question. Is Baldur's Gate a two consent state, or can we just catch him slipping?
You don't know. You actually haven't looked much into the legal system of Baldur's Gate, so.
All right, well, I guess I'll work on it once I'm fully recovered, but if we can catch that bastard slipping, I can find, I can record him confessing.
That would be nice.
Take it.
We could definitely set up an interrogation.
Is that admissible by court?
I don't know court laws.
He'll be dead after we get the confession. We're killing him. We'll just show him the confession so that they know afterwards. Who cares? He's gone.
Hey, Ken doesn't say it out loud, but he's gonna say, "Hey, Ascalon, any what's your input? I mean, from as much as everyone's told me, you're, pretty good about making sure corruption gets wiped out. Should we try to get the recording and let the law have them, or should we just go ahead and put them down once we get the proof?" Okay, fair enough.
What do you say?
Um,
Or wait, I wouldn't know that. I'm sorry.
You can ask him. You can, because you see Ken go, okay, fair enough. Visibly.
Yeah. Ken said that out loud. It's like, okay, fair enough. I just tell him, it's like, Ascalon said that Bog was the reason for going to Baldur's Gate, and you can discern his choice from there.
So fuck him up.
All right, so two of us are on board with just killing him. All right, I like it so far.
And then nobody asks about infiltrating the manor and finding evidence, and Rose will turn to him, just I mean, we could try. None of us have been particularly sneaky enough to try that, but if you want to give it a go.
But I mean, if we find any specific documents, he could easily just dispute it and say they were falsified just to give proof.
I mean, also, yeah, he can literally. It seems like this dude can literally just say whatever he wants, and the leader of town is just like, all right, sounds great, man. So,
He's got too much money.
yeah.
Pretty
I mean,
much.
hey, why don't I just turn into him and go and murder someone in the street, and then they can go and arrest him?
It is I, Kegram Vog,
Kegram Vog.
here
Look
to
at
kill
me,
everyone I
right?
see. Just trying to stop me. This is on the cult's orders.
Uh-huh.
And then Rose just stabs him.
Hell yeah, I'm down for that.
Oh no.
I think they'd believe me.
Some random just person.
That's actually Ken will pipe up, but yeah, he, as far as I know, as far as I understand, the moment he shook hands with the cult, he has been responsible for every piece of currency that's been stolen and every life that's been taken from the by the cult's hands. So yeah, his death
Definitely
is
done a bunch.
yeah. I'll go as far as say he's the main perpetrator behind the people dying in the caravan. So
Yeah.
he doesn't deserve
So-
less than death. So Rose,
I mean,
that idea,
Sorry.
I'm down. Let's do it.
do we
I'll-
want to just punish him by murder, or do we want to get him like? Because I
if
mean, we can just get rid of him, but what's to say they don't just replace him with somebody else? I guess it doesn't really matter either way.
Well,
we could do like we did with the Get Yankee and like make it a very big statement on what happens to the people that work with the cult. We don't even have to necessarily show that it was us, but
Just hang him from the castle, or whatever is the biggest building in Baldur's Gate.
Which would probably be his.
Doesn't matter. Just hang him outside his own house. I don't know if that would send the right message.
well, that's why we got to
Necessary.
actually we actually have to put a message. We can't.
Yeah. But I mean, if we could, so like what nobody was saying, if we could get him to go in there, find a bunch of like proof, and then kill him and hang him and like post the proof that he is in league with the cult. Maybe?
that's one way of, maybe. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, we need to.
You'll bust them out of prison.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right now,
first things first, we need to go save them, I guess. Emmeline seems to think that Vogue is using them to get us to come to him, which is gonna work because we're gonna go
Yeah, I mean-
there.
Is he not aware that he could just say come here and we would come there because
Right.
we already had ample reason to want him dead?
We were already gonna. We were just busy. Just had to wait a goddamn week. But no.
No, he's an
He also
impatient
wanted
noble,
his
like
airship
all nobles.
back. Like, you know,
That was our airship. We stole it fair and
is
square.
it?
Finders keepers.
Well, technically, the Avengers stole it first, and then we
He
claimed it.
waited for us to not be there before he took it back, so I think he's afraid.
That's true.
He didn't know where you guys were going to be.
He's the kind of person who just picks on the people who are weaker than him.
I
He's
mean,
a coward.
that's the noble way.
Yeah, right. He's
He's a
a
bitch
fucking
and a
noble.
coward, and
Thanks,
we
guys.
really need to deal with him.
all right. Well,
Oh boy.
if our plan of action is locked in, but if we can, let's explore this place because I would very much like a way to get back here. I also
Yeah,
would
yeah.
like to have a couple more days to recover before we put our plan officially into action, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Should be all right.
All right. So you guys have concluded breakfast, and anything else you wanted to do before you stepped out of the mansion and greeted the day?
Maybe our
I guess
daily trainings?
Go for it. Let me know who's doing what.
I'm spell sniping.
Okay. Aerith is continuing to practice spell sniper. You don't have
Oh,
roll
my.
disadvantage this time, Aerith.
Yeah.
You can just roll.
I try to click it for my spell list, but no, Roll20 doesn't like that.
Would I be able to do two things, or would that be too many to like help Aerith with his thing and do mine?
Yeah, at one time you can only do one thing at a time. You can do technically you have like 2 sessions, one at the beginning of the day and one at the end, where you have about an hour, given ideal circumstances.
Great. Then I'll work on my thing with Aerith then instead today.
Give me a charisma check.
Charisma.
And I guess before she's gone, Eidos will just take advantage of one more day of Draconic with Arturia before he has to start bugging the rest of the party.
Okay, go ahead and give me intelligence from both of you then.
Yeah, I also don't have Arturia's page up, so Kate, you're probably gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll be faster for me to.
You're on the point of a language learning where you're just like, God, none of this makes any sense
I
anymore.
know.
That's what it is. It's like at this point, it's just this
I'm
kind of.
I'm gonna add 5 to Eodos's roll.
You're gonna
I've
have
already
what?
learned all the fun words, which are the cuss words. Now it's just boring, like
Yo,
conjugation
grammar.
and stuff. Yeah, like just
Yeah.
unnecessary stuff that's not entertaining.
Yeah. So it's an 8 for Eodos with.
You're just like, God, I'm gonna have to learn actual conversations. Damn it.
I don't want to learn how to say, where's the bathroom for the 4th time.
Yeah, you
All I really need to know is how to say drop your fucking weapons, and
You
that's
do know
about
that.
it.
You do know that. You know a few choice phrases in Draconic for sure. And you're about, estimate, maybe 2/3 the way to proficient in it. But just at that kind of like plateau point right now where you kind of had to break through that, and then once you hit that clicking point of understanding what the grammar is doing, how these words, like where they were rooted in, where they came from, then you can grow from there. Your thing was, God, it's been a while since that one.
The mage.
Got you.
Mage
Right.
order.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is the
Yellow S. Eidos.
Huh?
No,
Nah.
Oh.
just joking.
Yeah. Yeah. Throughout your practice today, Aerith, which again was probably like over here, you probably were like on this side, shooting it through this open door in a window, past servants, and curving it around this thing to hit the dummy on the opposite side, because you're trying to go from far away and hit with these firebolts, and you're not. That's just one shot. And bam! All right, that was a good one for the day. That's just sort of your average over the hour. You hit probably about 60% of them, so you're getting there. You wouldn't be able to rely on this like in battle without taking the normal disadvantage of firing at more than great range, but
Mhm.
we're making progress. The entire time
It's
Rose has just
also-
been like, "What's that over there?" Or she'll, like, go over to a table and pretend to be like reading a book, and then right before you cast your spell, you'll hear clap, and the book will slam together.
Just
You-
Just sigh audibly loudly.
But training's concluded. You all step out of the mansion together, onto the terrace. Now, I do have a different map for this, for what I am now calling the Platinum Stronghold. But I could only get the second floor map to actually load into Roll20, and even then, it kind of got janked up during one of the exports. So I will be working on it during the week. It also is pretty blank. It's gonna be just very barren at the moment because I want us all to kind of design it together. I have given you guys a rough structure and a few things. The first room that you guys could walk into is going to be the same. But before we even go there, you guys will step out onto the balcony, and here is
Ew.
the whole thing. I'm gonna hide it for right now, but this is the second floor. Key roofs. As you step out, instantly you can tell that something has changed significantly about
Too much.
the first thing that you notice is that the stonework is nowhere near as like deeply encroaching on you. You can see down probably about 50, maybe 60 feet. Okay, it's probably about 45, 50 feet. And you can see these tiered roofs beneath you. These beautiful shingles are the best thing I could find, but they are kind of this like blue platinum ceramic roofing that just sort of flows gently down and has this very organic kind of almost scale-like design to the roofing as you step out of the door onto the balcony, which is going to be down here. You also can look back and see that the entire top of the mountain, everything from the first floor up, is gone. And now across the entire way out to the west, which was going to be technically like up on this map, is just this wide open field with scrub grass and small like little like brush trees littered here and there. It's probably about 700 feet or so to the opposite side, and maybe about 600 or so feet wide. You turn.
You just like cleaved the mountain part off.
The whole top of the mountain is gone. This
Damn.
keep now sits on what is going to be the top of the mountain, and so instead of it looking like
Top of the island.
yeah, instead of it looking like this with the keep kind of here, it's now
Just flat.
with the keep here.
Okay. Interesting.
You look out, and it's a beautiful morning, clear day. There's a little bit of fog kind of gathering around the base of the mountain where it hits, or where your island now meets the ocean, the beach, or what it will be a beach when the sand deposits there. And look out, and the last thing that you all notice is a ship sitting about 300 or so yards off your coast. It's a large ship, and it has cannons on the side of it. And as you all kind of like take in the scene and step out and are taking in all of this, you hear, "Denizens of the island, identify yourself and state your presence. What is going on with this? What?"
Oh.
There's a bit of panic in there, but the voice that you hear is older. It seems like one that is used to being able to speak with authority, but is confused in this state. It is brutally loud, and it seems to come from one of the ships just to the east. Down.
Enos is gonna cast thaumaturgy and just say, like, a booming voice, "We just moved into the neighborhood. Hi, how are you?"
Moment passes.
Tell him to
Can
get
you
closer.
please
so we can actually
move
talk.
your island somewhere else? It hinders trade routes and threatens the security of the city.
No.
Enos just looks at Ken like, "Can you? I don't know."
Wait, Eidos, yell and like tell them to move the ship closer, so we can actually fucking talk.
He'll just ask them to, like, I guess, come ashore, like, get close and dock or whatever, so that we could just talk without having to yell.
You look down, and unfortunately,
Really
there
dock.
really isn't anywhere to dock on this. The mountains that it came off of were pretty sheer-faced. It was because you guys can remember the first time that you had to climb down off of Jax's lair. That was a treacherous climb
jumped.
down. You
No,
guys
we jumped off.
jumped, you leapt, and were
fell.
able to just fall off the side of the mountain. So looking down, you could see that there really isn't anywhere to dock the ship.
Man. Okay. Well, what do you guys want to do?
Get your tokens on.
I mean, unless Kid can move his island, I don't think we can move the island. And I don't know what to
Right.
tell. Do you want to go talk to him? Do one of you guys want to go? I could teleport you straight onto the boat.
Yeah, just one of us? Shit.
Well, yeah, because I have to also teleport, but I can bring one of
Right.
you.
I mean, I would offer, but I feel like maybe you should take Ken, seeing as it's his created island.
You
Unintentionally.
down, Ken? You feel like talking? To, I guess the Coast Guard equivalent of the Coast Guard.
The actual Coast Guard.
Is he muted?
Yep, I was muted.
Called it. Ding.
I mean, I'm not as good with my words as Rose is, but I mean, Yajos is gonna be there with me, so sure, why not? I'll try my best. Actually, nah. Yeah, I guess let's go talk to this guy. Let them know we're teleporting because I am still recovering, and I'd rather not get shanked.
Yeah, he'll just call him to let him know. Hey, we were gonna have you dock, but it doesn't look like there's anywhere to dock currently, so we're gonna come talk to you. Just don't freak out when we suddenly show up.
No weapons.
Well, now he's just paranoid.
Do you blame him?
Asking too much. I mean, you don't even have to show yours if you don't want.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Ken, I guess we could hold your shit if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he'll take off Tiamat's lair, and I think that's the only thing he had on him. I think everything else was.
Keep the cane because it might endear us to him.
Yeah.
Alright. You leave the Tiamat Slayer and then Dimension Door?
Yeah. Just boop.
You appear on the deck of a large ship. I don't know, do either of you have... I mean, you've been on the Starlight Dragon, and this is probably about 4 times as wide. It's like a galleon, essentially. It's a massive ship. You poof down towards the direction of the voice and land on the deck, and immediately are greeted by a number of readying weapons who are just ready for anything at this point. There is an older man kind of standing off to one side of the group of sailors. And as you look around, it looks like some sort of navy or well-disciplined army. They're all wearing matching uniforms with this kind of like blue and burgundy kind of color pattern, and they're all armed identically. And the older gentleman, whose voice you recognize as the one who was speaking to you with thaumaturgy, is standing off to one side. He has a straight saber sheathed at his waist, and as you appear, there's a moment where a few of the men kind of like stagger back and take a step back as you just appear in the middle of this deck. This man does not. And as you show in front of him, he kind of steps forward. Let me see, where's a good name for this guy? Oh, hit this button. NPC time.
NPC name roulette. Go.
Yeah, right. His name is going to be... It's like I had a picture of him before
Bob.
I had it. Man, some of these are really strange. Fistbender? What?
Fist what?
It's literally one of the
That's
last
the
names
first
that
name?
this generator came up with.
Okay.
Lulver Fistbender, but no. I am Admiral Tevid Strongspear. Who are you?
Fist
What
bender.
are you doing here?
Well, first of all, good morning, Admiral. Secondly, we mean you no harm. We're kind of in a weird situation. And he'll kind of like have his hands up, like where you can see, and then like pulls out his identification tags.
Okay.
We're adventurers with the Coast Guard.
Kind of steps forward, takes your token, kind of like pulls it close to himself, and it's like a necklace, so it's around your neck, so it kind of like pulls you in a little bit. He looks at it and examines it, drops it. Adventurer, huh? Well, it explains a couple things. What? How? I guess I will start with. And he just sort of motions behind you to the mountain that is an island in the ocean now.
Wonderful question. I don't have a lot of answers for you, unfortunately. As you can tell, I am not in the best physically. I just got woken up from a week-long coma, essentially. So, I would have to relay you to my friend here, who is also a member of my team.
Looks over at Iedos, narrows his eyes. Can you explain how?
Well, it's not a good story. I can tell you that. I don't know if you're gonna like it, depending on who you ally yourself with out there. But there was a slightly overzealous demigod who had it in his mind to murder someone in Baldur's Gate that would probably have killed you all, that we stopped and were able to careen this bit of mountain off course of, wiping you out into the ocean instead.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Flash it.
Already calling it.
He's just ready to use it. Okay, 21.
26.
26. He kind of like nods along. We did see the flash of energy. So you were the one battling whatever it was, controlling this landmass. Looks over.
This will just nod, like trying not to outright say who they're going for, because he's really not sure if Keker's got these guys in his pocket too. But he just kind of nod, like, "Yep."
Narrows his eyes. Let me see. Can you roll me a deception check, just in general.
But I do not get advantage on that, so we'll see how this goes.
Okay.
Flash it, genius.
Just okay on Eidos is okay. All right, yeah. All right, so 17. That does make a difference, as Ken is kind of backing up the statements here, and providing a just sympathetic kind of soul to look at this weary traveler leaning on a cane. So the mountain cannot be moved again. That is what I am gathering. It is where it is now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It
That's
is
where
what
we're
it
at.
is.
Kind of like clenches his fist and then looks at you guys. Do you claim its sovereign territory?
Yep.
And he narrows
Already
his
got a house
eyes
and
at
everything.
both of you.
I mean, we kind of stopped the thing doing it. So yeah, you want us to build like a lighthouse so people know to go around it or something? We got plenty of money to make that happen.
He kind of like, he's watching you guys very, very carefully, and Eidos is just kind of not like happy-go-lucky, but laissez-faire. I guess, attitude of all of this is almost disarming. It seems to be just like he's not getting the arguments he's expecting. He's getting entirely different ones, and he's like, I mean,
We've kind of been through a lot, and there's been a lot of stuff that really should bother us that doesn't at this point. And honestly, the dragon guy uprooting a mountain and dropping it in the ocean, while problematic, was a lot better than him dropping it on Baldur's Gate. So
it is okay. Listen, I was not sent here to take this land from whoever may be living here, but to assess their intentions. Do you intend any ill will towards Baldur's Gate or its citizens?
no, honestly, the complete opposite. We are working pretty hard to combat the cult. I don't know if you've heard of them. I don't know. He kind of gestures to himself to
The
like
dragon cult.
the dragon scales and various armaments that he has carved off of them.
Roll it. Let me see. Interesting. Okay. You. Oh, that's actually. Roll. Have you heard of Dragon Cult? You hear. You hear. Actually, both of you guys give me a perception check, and that'll be better. Because I don't think they would say it out loud, because that would be breaking ranks. He doesn't seem. He doesn't seem like too.
Ah, shit. I gotta do mine at a disadvantage.
Yeah,
True.
too concerned. Like you're kind of pointing at it, and he's got this look of yes, adventurers going to adventure. He hears your statement about the lighthouse and goes, well, yes, if you are going to stay, then a lighthouse will be needed at some point or some way to designate where the coastline is now until we can update the maps. He looks at both of you. Eodos, you hear one of the guys off to your right, like the opposite side of the group, goes, is that couldn't be one of the wonders? They died, but that looks like that's what they said he looked like, right? And then the other one's like, I don't know. I mean, I've heard of it, but I thought one of them had like a patch of silver hair. That's all silver. I knew that they had a tiefling. And there's just like this like hushed, whispered conversation that you recognize as talking about you guys, but the guy you're talking to doesn't seem to be.
And Al behind them just goes, "You talking shit?" No, I'm kidding.
He does look at you guys while you're both talking and goes, very well. At the moment, trade routes up and down the coast are at a relative standstill. It gives us ample opportunity to work out the new trade routes and to see how your coastal change has affected the sea and the seafloor itself. I do hope you will be amenable to assisting in figuring these things out going forward. I also ask that you bring yourself before the Council of Four within, say, the week to introduce yourselves to the neighborhood. That way they at least know who they're dealing with as well. I will be making a full report of our conversation here.
It's the
Kinda
council for nobles.
Sighs and looks over at the giant keep that now stretches out behind him.
Too bad.
How many of you are there occupying such a stronghold?
He just looks to Ken like he's gonna let him answer because personally, Eidos doesn't know if he wants to tell them how many of them there actually are. So he's gonna defer to our boy here to let him make that decision.
Well, he'll count out himself, Eidos. Like the core party, I'm sure Arturia's probably gonna like when we'll like gather the core party together to like catch a ride back. Well, shit, we still gotta explore the island and see if Ascalon left a transportation circle. Um, so I'll inform the admiral that we have the core party, and
Sometimes friends.
yeah. With his permission, we'll like to head back to do a little reconnaissance to make sure that the island is 100% safe, because we're not sure if the demigod left any unpleasant surprises. But yes, it'll be. I'll just count out the core party.
5. And such a large. Very well. Listen, I have no authority over this island. The extent of Boulder's Gate's coastal control stretches only about a mile or so beyond the mouth of the River Shantar. We merely mean to investigate this because you sit just at that point in our trade routes to Waterdeep. So I can't honestly tell you what to do in this island or give you leave to return. You are free to leave my ship by whichever means you deem fit. I simply wish to understand the people that have introduced a new city-state, or enclave at least, as it is,
Hell yeah.
to the Sword Coast, so that I can report to my superiors my judgment on them. And he looks at both of you very, very sharply. Both of you make an insight check.
Does that mean we get a seat like on the Council of the Sword Coast? Because now we're on our own city state.
You can talk to Iriabor. Lord Brahm's been trying to get a seat on the council, like
God
the
damn it.
actual coastal
Fucking-
council. I know.
Oh.
I hate exhaustion levels. God damn it.
It does suck.
Ken, it just like there's this like pang of a headache that just hits, and you close your eyes and have to put your head down in your hands. But Eodos, you kind of see it as he looks over both of you. There is a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Very well. Well, if you find yourselves within the city walls, and I can be of aid, please find me, usually somewhere down near the Navy's headquarters in the docks. If I'm not on my ship. Either way, cause no trouble and we should have no trouble. Make yourselves known to the council so that the city knows who their new neighbors are, and we shouldn't have any issues there. And if you hinder our trade routes, we will come down on you with the full hammer of the might of our navy, and the 5 of you and whatever allies you may be able to manifest here will be destroyed. And he looks at you
Sure
very
try.
levelly.
I do not want this to come across as a threat, my guy, because you've been nothing but chill this entire time, and I just want you to understand that you need to be 100% sure that you are coming correct if you even consider dropping the hammer on us.
He nods.
Again, this is not a threat. I just if your superiors make a decision, I need you to be prepared to tell your families that you're not coming home.
He gives you a very long and level look. I understand, and I do not mean to threaten you. I merely stating a course of action that will come to pass should you threaten the welfare of Baldur's Gate on a national level, as any city-state would to another. I apologize.
Yeah, I completely understand, and that's why I'm saying this. This isn't, like I said, it's not a threat. I don't want you. I know how these things go. Higher ups can make some decisions that impact a lot of the people under them. This isn't like an attack on. I'm not even saying they're going to do that. I just wanted you to understand that, not to toot my horn or my friend's horn or ours. We're kind of strong. And don't panic. He's going to summon Fate Render because, that's his casting focus. And they're just going to see this massive black greatsword just appear from nowhere as he puts a hand on Ken's shoulder and is just going to say, we'll definitely get into town so that we get everything straightened out. And he's got a dimension door on both out.
Bye.
As you summon Fate Render in this whoosh of black ephemeral feathers, this massive greatsword stretching out and almost filling the complete distance between you and the Admiral. Talking, you see his face not shift into one of panic, but he just recognizes the blade. He listens to your words. He's kind of just nodding, and in that like warrior's respect kind of way, that I understand what you're saying. I hear you. I'm merely just orders are orders. And as you summon the Fate Render, you hear, and you're gone. Yeah, because you guys just, defeated whatever was flying a mountain over their city. They know you're strong. And the Fate Render has it's recognizable.
We've just been through so much that at this point, it just wants to get out in front so that everybody is aware. If you're coming at us, you gotta know the severity of the decision you're making.
Oh,
You
I
just won't come
totally
back.
respect it. I totally respect it. And I was thinking about it and I knew that would be the reaction, and it was just so good because he has orders. So, okay. The maps for this one have gotten weird because my internet has been just totally janked all day. So,
Yeah.
you guys are going to be exploring the keep. And I have prepared some pretty large maps of the keep. You return to the terrace. Rose, Nobody, and Aerith and Arturia are up here. Rose is just sort of patiently waiting by the door.
No, they actually would have tried to get into the door while this was all
Rose is
happening.
impatiently attempting to open the door that has not yet been unlocked by
I mean,
we get up there and Rose is
True
holding
owner.
one handle and standing on the other door trying to pull it open.
Probably.
probably.
Probably the poof of the dimension door behind you,
in.
Rose. You go what? And you slip and you let go and you fall on your ass in front of the door. Looking up, you see Eodos and Ken appear behind you.
They welcomed us to the neighborhood. They said they forgot the gift basket, so we'll have to come into town and pick it up. But
He rolled so many awesome insights. It was a good thing you guys were not lying.
Yeah, I don't like. I know this is like out of character, but I don't like that smile. I don't know if that was a good smile or a bad smile.
He rolled
Probably, yes.
5
Nat
insight
20s.
checks, and all of them were over 16
Oh my god.
on the dice with his modifiers. It was awesome. I was like,
Yikes.
okay, all right. I'm glad that you guys are just being forthright in the way that I knew
Yeah.
you guys would.
It's a good thing I didn't go with you.
that was why Eodos deferred, because he absolutely the military of the city that was about to be wiped out because it's corrupt based on like some of the people. Eodos was not gonna tell him an actual number. He would have said we had like 30 people in there to be real. So
Yeah. We'll see how
A
that
small
all
city.
unfolds.
Definitely.
it kind of worked out. See, this is why we need Ken. He's our moral compass.
He is. But yeah.
Somebody's got to be.
All right. You guys ready to have me uncover the rest of it, and you can start doodling, and then I'm gonna post the pictures as we kind of walk through these rooms. Well, I'm gonna post the pictures in the chat, just there's some big on the high quality, you can kind of design it.
So much roboting.
Oh no.
Yeah. Again, our internet's been pretty fucking trash
They've
tonight.
been
for
out
some
like
reason.
all week working on the polls, so
Hopefully they didn't fuck anything up.
Or they were just pole dancing.
yeah, right. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do before going in?
No.
Catch
I mean,
up.
just let them know that we got to go talk to the council at some point, but we'll already be in Baldur's Gate anyway, so it kind of works out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll be there in a minute. Hopefully, the soon-to-be murder won't affect that.
I like Ken will start laughing with Eodos, or laughing towards Eodos. Like, do you intend to inflict harm on Baldur's Gate?
That kind of people, huh?
Hey, Navy guy.
You gotta feel bad for people like that because he's just doing his job and
I
you
know,
feel
but
bad, but it's like, come on, man. We avoided dropping a mountain on the city. You can't really think that
Right? You
it's
think they'd
gonna
be
go how it sounds like it would with an average person.
yeah.
But I mean, in his defense, he at least seemed pretty chill. He handled the idea that if they came at us, it would not go how they think relatively well.
Well, here's the thing. You said if they come at you, make sure that they're ready. And so he heard, don't worry, we'll be ready. He doesn't understand how not ready they'll be. It was a complete mistranslation, and your wording was so perfect for you both to come out thinking that you were right. And it was great.
This poor man, dude.
Yeah. So, I
As
mean, for the moment, they don't want to take the island from us, right? It's ours. We want it fair and square.
That's
Yeah.
what he said. Now, we all know how that goes when nobles and money get involved, and he did say
Yeah.
that it's probably going to impact their trade routes. So,
Well, we're outside of their influence, their city range anyway, so they can't do a goddamn thing about it.
Seeing as we're now our own city state, does that make us nobles? Like, can we make noble like meetings to meet other nobles and definitely not kill them?
can you imagine how shook they would be if they were like, let's just say we call the island Ascalon, and we're the nation of Ascalon. Imagine how shook they will be when our ragtag group of peoples come in with like
Rolls up
genuine
as
nobility
nobles.
and claims to like authority
Hell
because
yeah.
we're over this, and they have to look at all of us like, oh shit.
oh no.
It'd be fucking amazing. I'm here for it.
So you guys can see it. Boulder's Gate is like actually right about here. So this line here is the River Shantar. So there's a couple miles between Boulder's Gate and the coast, and then you guys are probably actually closer to this down here-ish, because he was like just making a beeline straight across and then just sort of soared over it and landed. So their trade routes normally kind of come out along the coast and like you kind of land right in his coast. Because they're river based, they don't really have a lot of coastal authority. It's more around the river trade. So you guys,
Fine.
you're in
We'll
just
just
the
have to
right
go
spot
around.
for them to be like, I don't know what the hell we can do about it, because like aside
Not
from
much.
siege them, and like looking around, you can see it wasn't just the one ship. As it turns and begins to sail back to the river, a number of others from around the island kind of appear, and it looked like they had you guys somewhat surrounded, more just trying to see
Oh
where anybody
no.
might live and waiting for someone to show themselves.
You guys come on up.
Hmm.
Yeah, right?
Fine. Everything's cool up here.
We're gonna have a housewarming party.
You know the Cliffs of Insanity from Princess Bride?
Oh my god.
It's kind of like that. It's not as tall, but or just quite as steep, but they're so fucking just jagged and steep, because from like this like high altitude mountain range that just got dropped in the ocean. It has not been worn down by coastal winds at all. They don't know how to get up there. But you guys step in through the door. Ken, your touch alone unlocking the door itself into the Platinum Stronghold. And this first room does look relatively the same. It still does have the tables in it. These maps are huge, and I had to prioritize one thing or another, and they still
It's okay. I will
kick
try.
ass. But yeah, they have the tables with Ken's your stacked money, your bags of holding can be found. The weapons that there aren't the ones that were kind of like manifested on ideas and inventions of Ken's. Those ones have faded as a part of Ascalon, but Aerith's rapier is still sitting kind of mounted into one of the tables as one of the first pieces of the keep. The diaries that had all of Ken's life in them have returned to their proper place within Ken's mind. So that table also sits empty, as well as
In his brain.
yeah. So the tables are kind of sparse at the moment. The other thing that you notice, the stairway on the opposite side of the hallway is no longer there. It is now a wide kind of hallway that stretches further down into the keep itself in this kind of very grandiose manner. I mean, the thing's got to be 30 feet wide. Each one of these squares is a 5-foot square. So your tokens are to size as you walk around in this place. It is massive. The ceilings
Big.
arching up 25 feet above you. Large, glistening stained glass windows that they don't show you guys. They just show heroes in feats of combat. The enemies that you guys have slain are represented there. And in this one, I would say this room probably has Arveatrice and you didn't really
The other
show.
ancient.
Oh yeah, the other ancient was Rama.
Ram was the only
She
other
flew
one that
away.
was.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, the only one that's got any real definition to it is one of a white dragon on the side of a lake, with a massive war going on kind of in the background, and the noble warriors that are
Yeah.
indistinct, as the stained glass only shows about a foot tall, so it's hard to tell who's who. But this room will sit as monument to your conquests of the dragons, with these stained glass windows that just glisten with the morning light. As the keep faces east, it catches the morning beautifully from the balcony. The large kind of fire pit still there in the middle, crackling with a warm flickering flame, just keeping everything in here gentle and content. You guys head down the hallway, and a lot of it is empty. Like, it mostly looks like he kind of carved out a rough husk and is leaving you to decide how you want to fill it. Do you want to leave these halls wide and spacious for, defensive purposes, so that you can mass, armies here? Or do you want to put things in here? Do you want to set up small, 6-foot rooms on either side, so that you can have closets going down this hallway and narrow the hallway down to 10 or 12 feet? Whatever you guys want to do, I'm just going to keep building the map as we draw on things and just design.
Hell yeah. What I want to do, I want to see Aerith use this exact sword.
The intelligence rapier? What?
Just
my
that
poorly drawn sword.
Yeah, that exact shaped rapier. That's
yeah.
what it actually looks like.
That's what I picture the trash dagger to look like.
Just mouse
Probably,
hand drawn by Rose, just like, here you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But 3D printed into real life.
Ask Hawk.
Was
His mom got a 3D printer.
Nice.
Thanks.
Was there anything on these other two tables besides the books and stuff that went back into Ken's brain?
No. So they are empty now, and
Okay,
they just sort of
those are
have this. Yeah, they're just empty.
Do we find Ken's bag of holding?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
It is kind of sitting with his bag, or with his piles of money, which were emptied from the bag of holding, so that Ascalon could gaze upon them lovingly and show them off to anyone who came in here, because it was hoard. But you are able to reclaim your wealth in your bag of holding. All of that was on that table. Your various magical bric-a-brac and things that you have made over the years, a few of them are on the table here to the left, but you're able to reclaim those as well. And then this is more or less just sort of like I don't know. I kind of see it as almost like a council room with seats around the center fire, where you guys can.
Yeah, I like that.
Can we put
Where we
one gold
wrote noble to
on the
execute
table?
next.
Yes, exactly.
Can we put one gold back on this table to that's the start of our new horde?
Sure.
All right, everybody put 1 gold.
Okay.
Can someone?
No.
Damn it.
Negative. This is symbolic. We need your gold, Aerith.
1 gold to start. Wanderer's Horde.
Okay, so I guess there's. I can't remember if nobody still has money either. But
Let me
He has
check.
11 gold. He got paid, I think, like 10 gold for something.
He has
And
he
you
has
said
it
no.
registered as 10 gold only, so I'm just gonna reduce that to 9.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because I think I gave him 100 and he used all but 10 of it.
Yeah.
This
I
is
think
start a
that's-
new master line. We're doing it.
Hell yeah.
there's
So the
a
table
very
has
kind of
4.
content hum in the back of your mind. Ken, just this very.
It just tickles your pickle.
Wait, what was that?
I said that as everybody here, the party all places their gold on
Except
the
for
table.
Aerith,
There's-
because he's
except
broke.
for-
'Cause
Aerith
I
doesn't
have
press roll.
nothing.
So there's 4 pieces of gold.
4 gold.
Hey, I thought you were going to bed.
Yeah.
All right. 3.
Okay.
3
Yeah.
gold.
Wait, so-
Fine.
Wait, I didn't hear a word you said, Kate. I'm sorry. I
No, I
heard
was just-
like, something in the back of my head.
Yeah, I was just saying, as the gold is placed on the table and the horde is kind of really rebuilt by the party, there is a
Your
very
brain dragon happy.
happy brain dragon.
Oh.
Just this kind of warm happiness, like a warm purr at the back of your mind.
Oh,
It's a dragon.
no,
Good dragon.
He likes
We're
gold.
about to drop a mountain on a city, but aw.
Mm.
Aw,
That-
cute cat.
yeah, that's
He's like
calling
a
you
pet
big
now.
salty.
But yeah,
But I'm digging
Yes.
the idea of having like wide hallways for like defensive reasons.
it's kind of why I left this one as this big, wide main hall. But whenever you guys are ready to explore the rest,
Was a joke.
okay, then we'll bump it up to
4 gold.
I don't know. I wasn't gonna put his gold back to 10. I was gonna keep it at 9.
4.
You've been voluntold.
Yep, you weren't here. Yeah,
Whoa.
like,
I thought this was gridded. Hell yeah. I can go anywhere. I can do anything.
we're
There's no
free.
grid on here. It's just free. It just has a grid pattern for the floor.
There's nothing
and
to
we
stop
Tile
us.
pattern.
never stop.
You know what?
Hell yeah.
I just had a very awesome idea.
Oh.
Ken's gonna put T-Mat Slayer back on.
Mhm.
He's gonna have Race Velger come to his side, and he is going to cast.
Large reduce.
Ooh,
And he's just gonna ride around on Racewalk.
for a
Yep.
whole minute.
You know
Hell
what?
yeah.
I'll just let him for a while. He's just riding around on his big dragon. It's all good.
Why not?
His halls are big enough. You know those those places where you gotta like ride around on bikes to get down the halls. Like you're walking down, and the high ceiling, and there are windows down these halls well that look down over the So the roofs got all fucked up on the layer, and I don't know what the hell happened when it exported. It doesn't look like this in the actual picture. Let me post it.
Oh, I'm seeing the okay.
He had to rig it up for us.
Uh-huh.
It's work in
Wait,
progress.
that was first.
There's going to be some growing pains, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
You know what I
Just gotta,
picture Ken doing?
rebuild it.
If you guys remember those animatronic like motorbikes at the malls for kids.
The little.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But you can see out over this pentagonal shaped roof, just out beneath you, these beautiful windows, just looking down over everything below. You walk down the hall to another large door that this one just opens as you guys approach. Ken, now being present in the keep, will open the keep for everybody. There is another hall that stretches for about, let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40 feet or so, 45 feet before you can see the railing of a balcony, and there seems to be like a large red stairway on the opposite side kind of leading down to the floor below. And those of you that play Final Fantasy XIV with me should all recognize the general design of the stairs.
Hell yeah. We got our own FC house on the mountain.
Oh, I was thinking of
Yeah.
like a dungeon or a raid. I was just like, what?
Let me reveal all of them. I did post the actual picture of it so you can see it without any of the janky wall bits or
Okay,
anything.
okay.
In the Discord chat. Oh, it's still uploading. Yeah, it's because it's 50 gigabytes.
I was gonna say I don't see it yet, but
It's huge. I had to shrink
a
it.
little big.
20.
Where
And,
is
Yeah.
it?
You step out, and there is just this wide kind of balcony opening down into the floor below. The walls flicker with arcane candlelight that as you walk into, it just kind of flickers to life with this heatless flame that just gently illuminates the entire interior. And the walls are still the same as they were downstairs. They have this like very faint veining of platinum that kind of just spider webs and crackles, like at points like spider webs, at other times like lightning, and times like veins through the walls, and just seems to permeate the whole space here. You look down the left, to your left and to your right, and it seems to go on for about 150 feet, 180 feet in each direction. There are 10-foot wide hallways with some openings to each side into large, just carved out spaces. So however you guys want to do rooms, you can just draw
There
them
it
out,
is.
or I can draw them. Be like, I'm going to do this as a room and put like a door here. And then you've got like a room there. Or if you want to be like, I'm going to take this and be super greedy. You know,
Ah,
however
bitch,
you
this whole
draw it,
place is my room. No, I'm kidding.
the walls that are currently there. Since I'm going to be basically rebuilding the map anyway, whatever we draw on this one is just going to be transcribed to the final version. But as Ken will inform you, Ascalon is this place is kind of fluid. You can shape it however you feel it will be most useful for you guys. But you spend probably about an hour running up and down the halls, checking these large, ornate rooms filled with this beautiful platinum stonework. The windows on the walls illuminating everything with this beautiful daylight, and the sconce work of the flames substituting what's left. Whenever you guys are ready, I will post the picture of the downstairs one in Discord because it never got uploaded to Roll20.
Hell yeah, do it up. I want to
So
see.
as you step down into the first floor, you enter down into a atrium similar to the one up top of the first floor resize. There we go. And you see ahead of you another door kind of leading back through the one that you had come in before. Because I know this is what you guys are looking for. You open that door directly ahead of you, directly ahead of the stairway into that pentagonal shaped room that you could see the roof of before you, and you see a raised dais in the center, surrounded by 4 large braziers. A soft, gentle platinum glow kind of from the center of the dais above. And I posted the picture of the first floor.
I think that's
Is it a
That's pretty
teleportation circle?
Look at the way the lights coming through the stained glass windows, bro.
I know.
I need to do that for all of them because I or more of them. I'll probably make them a little bit less opaque. But like
It really
that
feels
whole
like we've
bottom.
made it.
we
We've
have a
come up
fucking
from the
castle
wall.
now. Hell yeah.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
But you step up onto this raised platform. It's about 3 feet off the ground, and you do see it's about, what is it, 20 feet in diameter. It's a teleportation circle. One inscribed here, glistening with this
Hell yeah.
beautiful
Hell
platinum
yeah.
scripture. And
Yeah,
looking at it, it's
personal
different from so many others you've seen. Its structure, you instantly recognize it as a teleportation circle. But whatever magic carved it was unique. It was different. Like, it doesn't use the classic teleportation circles design of these patterns. The different patterns for this one kind of,
Oh, that's really good. Then
They-
that
they
means
like-
it's like encrypted for us, huh?
yeah, it's unique. It's not one that will be easily guessed. And looking at it, you're filled with a feeling of relief that, yeah, he saw that one ahead of time. He knew we were going to need that. So he gave us a teleportation circle to the island.
Ascalon's the man. He might have been going a little extreme, but like,
He all right. He all right.
yeah, it's like, I'm not saying
Look at that.
I agree with it, but I get it, sort of deal. And so far, he's been a bro after the fact. So you know what? He's got a pass from me.
Without the first floor map to really work with, designing that one's going to be tricky. And I'll just leave this one up when we call for the week. But we explored the keep and looked at its various nooks and crannies and the ideas in your head. What do you guys want to do with the rest of the day? It's probably about 2 in the afternoon. You've taken a stop to run back into the mansion, which the door is still up outside, to get lunch and refresh yourselves, because this place has no furniture. It has no
Not yet.
it has no kitchen. It has nothing really like laid out. Everything can be created and installed, and it will magically adhere to you over time. Each night as you rest, it will shift and change as you wish it to. But for the moment, it's pretty sparse. You do find the Platinum Vanguard. They are downstairs. They're kind of in that front shrine temple, and they're all laid out in a like 7-pointed circle.
Is this somebody's room with a bed on one side and a toilet and a bathroom on the other?
Maybe. I'm not claiming space or anything.
This looks exactly like this in our house.
I know.
Yes, if you guys
I know,
want
it just looks like our bedroom.
Oh, I guess the bed would have to be over here. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted it to be both.
On a
Unlike our
wall.
actual bedroom, we have another corner that I can put it over in this
Hey.
corner.
If you guys want this whole second floor to just be your guys' rooms, I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
However you guys-
I'm definitely,
mean,
I'm definitely
yeah.
down. It's set up really good that we could basically evenly distribute the space out here.
And we'd still have plenty of room on the first floor.
So
Yeah,
you could have
We can put like other stuff like workshops and other stuff down on the first floor.
You also have, I'm going to put this on the drawing table for a second. So you guys can kind of see. Oh god, I saw
God.
the blinding. I know, it's so freaking bright. Because I had to actually like math all this out. So the landmass that you're sitting on right now, the island, is kind of shaped like this up at the top. It tapers down steeply into the water over about 1,000 feet down
Oof.
before it hits the ocean. So each one of these rings represents about a 500-foot drop. This height here is about 750 feet. And the keep is spaceship.
Me.
It ended up looking like a spaceship, and it's boom. It's like that. So you have all of this space.
Okay.
Whatever you
Oh
want.
my
with.
god.
Training yards and other buildings. It is literally. I did the math.
And-
It's 17.3 acres of usable terrain that is
Damn.
just at the moment clear grass field with a few small rocks and some small like scrub brush and things like that. But it's just
To make a airship helipad for no reason. Don't worry about it.
Let's just
At
take
least with part of it.
let's just take the guild from Area Board and locate it out here.
Put it here.
We just become fucking Mother Base from
Yeah.
Metal Gear. And we just operate as our own independent
I
thing.
mean,
My,
I was gonna
my
s-
thought
like-
on this whole thing was the Hall of Justice and Justice League.
Yay!
But they were kind of in the city. Like, and this is more outside.
Yeah, they were like in the
so-
middle of the city, and
Yeah, and
this is
so
like
far
the weirdest
outside that-
watchtower ever.
Yeah, but You sit
Mm.
tall enough that from your balcony you can see over the ocean. You could see the shore in the distance, about 1.5 miles off, and then some landmass, some hills. And during the day, you can kind of see the top of Baldur's Gate because there are some pretty tall buildings in that city. 5, 6 stories, which is a beautiful city.
We
But
could definitely
night,
come up with some stuff for out here. If we got this much
Yeah,
space, y'all,
I
we
mean,
could do some crazy shit out here.
well, I was gonna say that now that we're our own city state, can we just like petition our own branch of the guild hall, like of the Coast
Oh,
Guard,
I mean, if
and
you
build
wanted
a little
to,
mini guild hall?
yeah.
I dig
I
it.
mean, that's
Hell
kind of
yeah!
what Hadrian ended up doing. He just kind of he found. Ooh, didn't mean to draw that. He found Erebor and the
Yeah,
resources there. But
but we could just build like a little guild hall and have our own guild hall. Be part of
and
the Coast Guard.
just have a wizard spend an entire year inscribing a teleportation circle.
you have
Yeah,
one.
you could.
Yeah,
We
could.
do, but
could
it's in our
have-
house.
That's true.
So we need another one.
It's
But we
ours.
can like, yeah,
No.
we can definitely just hire somebody
No,
We'll
that's
just
not
hire
ours.
100. We'll hire 100 wizards
to spend 1 hour.
to spend 36 days. I guess we could just be safe 37 because it'd be 36.5. But and we'll just have all of them
Get it done in a
contribute.
month.
Yeah.
You'd only need 10 wizards. If you had 100, you could do it in about 4 days. But you have to pay 100 wizards 4 days salary, which would be kind of expensive.
Like 20 gold. What could a wizard cost?
How much is a wizard anyway? Like $10?
I
But
find
21
that
is the-
offensive. No.
Ascalon-
the casting abilities that we all have. We know our worth. We are more expensive than a lot of wizards. I feel
Oh,
like.
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if they were like, what, like, I feel like 20 gold a day is pretty generous. Like, and for 4 days, 100 people,
They
like,
have to be 9th level. All right, remember that because they need to be able to cast teleportation circle.
yeah, it's not that bad. 9th level wizard.
Yeah. So would you guys have taken 20 gold a day at 9th level?
I mean, we're adventurers, though. That's different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
would
just-
we? Absolutely, because like at 9th level, how much money do we realistically have at that point?
I don't think
Not a
we
lot.
had
I
a
don't even
lot.
remember where we were at
We,
ninth
we were
level.
we were having to basically take shit that we got as we adventured to get money. I feel like
It's true.
any average person would absolutely do it because it's guaranteed safety. That's 20 gold a day to just cast a spell.
It's true.
Right? It's not that
Uh-huh.
bad.
You'd have to do some digging
Convince
around.
100 wizards that we're not
Yep.
doing anything weird. You're not gonna get murdered once you come out to our island.
Just come to our fun Playhouse Island. Would
Sure.
Ascalon be willing to just make another one? I'm sure that's not asking too much, right?
Yeah,
He made the
his
first one.
power kind of it got kind of spent. The changes were started, and while they're being made, they can be changed. But that was its own like burst of I need to break the rules for a second.
I mean, we don't really need our own branch of the guild, to be honest. Though, I would like to have some of the people from the guild that we actually trust come out here, though.
Yeah. And maybe we could just like hide them away from all the shit that keeps going down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Be like, you'll be safe here. Just stay on this island.
Yeah.
Stay on this island, you'll be
Please don't
safe.
get
Reality breaks anyway. Oh.
Oh,
The pre-apocalypse and the actual apocalypse may be coming up, so just tough it out here for a little while we try
Right.
to deal with this. And if we make
hang
it to
out
the
for a little bit.
post-apocalypse, you'll be straight out here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is like our own little bunker now.
Mhm.
yeah. I mean,
Essentially.
so for Ascalon, I was thinking about it, and what a lot of the party has lacked throughout most of their lives is a home. like you guys have had the guild hall, but that's been blown up. You know, it's been attacked, and now even Emmeline's been arrested out of there. So, like, he knows he wants you guys to be able to succeed. He just has his own way of doing it, and if you guys couldn't have proven to him that you could have, then he was going to do it his way. But
I kind of wish we could have seen like how it would have went his way. Can we can you break it down what he was about to start? Like we know he was going to bomb Baldur's Gate, but obviously he wasn't going to stop there, right? What was his plan of action?
Baldur's Gate would have been glassed. Like it was just if you guys hadn't stopped him in time, you would have had a couple days where he would have just rained holy fire from the mountain down upon them. Just concentrated bursts of his energy, destroying every pocket of corruption he could find, every seedy, bar filled with the thieves and murderers of the city, which the city has a prolific reputation for.
Quite a bit.
The nobility corrupt, and unfortunately, those left in the wake of those blasts would probably either leave or destroy themselves. From there, having concluded Baldur's Gate and you guys having solved the issues in Lintier for the moment, his next goal would have been the other Worm Speakers. And he would have gone probably for Garrick next.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sid
maybe we should have
definitely
held
wouldn't
off.
be.
I mean,
Well, I'm sure Sid wouldn't have been collateral damage.
that's it. Is there would have been just endless collateral damage.
Look,
He
you
doesn't
can't make an
have
omelet without cracking a few
non-lethal-
eggs, you know?
Right.
Ascalon can't do non-lethal damage.
Man, this is so much space too. Look at,
Yeah.
because it's gridded out even without the actual grid. So look at how much room just this room
Yeah.
alone has.
Right.
This
For
You know,
activities.
This
Yep.
one's Eodotus.
Oh,
Man, this is so sick. We actually have a home to return to now, which means the
Right.
stakes just got even higher.
I'm
I
sure
don't
it's
even
fine.
know how much space Aerith would claim. Probably just like enough for like a little personal
What you
library.
want.
Yeah.
You could make an entire whole library on the first floor, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the way
You could take an entire wing.
I mean, I
the
could
way
just take
Rose kinda
this.
set their first up,
Like-
kinda evens out pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I figured this could be like a little mini library if you wanted up here.
Aerith would have books of his own and just in his room just be like, what should I read tonight?
You guys will have to. You don't have spiritual servants in this one, so if you want,
You gotta go get your own shit.
you need
How
to either hire people. They're cheap. They're like hiring that kind of help is maybe like for good help. A gold piece a day, 8 silver a day. Let's see. Hold on. Let me actually do the math here with a livable wage. Because I know how much roughly a silver piece. It's like 3
I was gonna be all like unseen servants just constantly.
One at a time.
One at a time.
Where did the lizard folk?
They're
get
on
that
the
augmented
first floor.
button?
Yeah, they're kind of sitting in as you guys are wandering around and taking in the whole first floor. You go down to the other side of that teleportation room, and you open that door, and you realize that door is standing where the platinum golem once stood. That gap that he had left in the wall is now a doorway into the front temple that you come into. This just wide, large space. The mirrors are still there. The symbols at the top of them are not. They have just faded into just simple plaques with nothing really on them, and the mirrors there just to help remind
Touch it,
you
Eric.
of the past.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Touch it.
No. You touch it.
Touch it.
You touch it.
No, you.
No, you.
Okay, children. Let's continue. But I just had a really funny idea that could probably turn very helpful to people who wants to serious people wants to seek like I guess want to live here or work here permanently. I say we have them undergo a toned down version of the Trials of Ascalon.
Oh.
A non-lethal version.
If you survive, you're hired.
But you gotta survive.
That's hiring process.
Hazing. Kitchen
Hell yeah.
dining workshop.
Just
library.
saying. Just saying.
Those are the only things I could think of. If anybody else can think of what we could put on the first floor.
I will say
Any
you guys are not
food
in
workshop.
a easy place where if you do have people working here, it's not gonna be somewhere they can commute to easily. So
Yeah.
So then we
That's
would have to
rooms, I
have
guess.
dormitories or something.
Yeah, if there's enough rooms on the first floor, like a dorm hall or a barracks, I guess.
We have enough room on the fucking
Barracks.
island, behind it.
yeah.
It's true, we could make them their own little guest house. I feel like outside of this main keep, though, if we want to build extra buildings on the property, we're probably gonna have to build those ourselves.
Hmm.
A lot
So-
of the energy.
Because we'll need a lighthouse.
Yeah.
Logistically speaking, we're gonna have to get one of those set up too,
Okay.
which is not gonna be cheap. But at
Yeah,
this
it's
point, what fuck it is.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
get stone shape and just go out there and kind of do it yourselves. You guys have magic. Magic should be able to solve a lot of these problems, or at least
Yeah.
make them easier to handle.
I don't know who can anybody take stone shape who
Yeah.
can switch their skills? Because I
Aerith?
can't.
No, I don't think Aerith has a high enough wizard level.
No, not
What
currently.
is it?
I don't know.
Fourth
honestly,
level?
Fourth?
I don't know. I feel like it actually benefits us not to have a regular ship dock because it makes it harder for people to just show up.
Dock.
Like if we had something for that little cluster of people to have landed and come ashore, they wouldn't have stopped to ask. They would have just stormed the place.
Shown up.
Mhm.
They would have been out
Yeah,
there waiting
so
for
maybe
you guys to
keep-
come outside.
Yeah,
Maybe
I feel
we'll
like
keep the jagged.
yeah.
cliffs.
I think an airship like that would
Yeah.
be good. A space for that, and we need to get one, even if we kill Kegram and take ours back. But we need to get one of those.
Yep.
One that's actually ours.
What are you talking about? Starlight Dragon is ours.
And once he's
Yeah.
dead, he can't take it back.
Alright, so there's my shitty mini keep. So you got your side view. Get rid of this one because this is the
What
before and
what
after.
level? What level spells can you take up to, Ken?
Right now, I
The
just hit fourth
keep-
level.
hell yeah.
I just hit fourth level spells.
Okay, so he can. You can take stone shape.
I'm also
That's an
on
artificer
fourth
spell.
level right now after
So you
the level
could,
up.
in theory,
So I
also
could
take
also
stone shape.
yeah, but I would need
Yeah.
I would
Okay.
either need the spell scroll for it or another level up.
You can change your spells as a wizard.
I can,
But-
but I
but
don't
he-
think
but
I
he
would
has-
have
he has to-
prepared
he has to
stone
pick it
shape
up.
for
Yeah, and it's so like it only moves 5 feet.
yeah.
But,
I
like,
mean,
as a
whenever,
wizard-
whenever we go to Baldur's Gate, we can buy the scroll for you.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard
Well-
to just get one to put it on your list.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
also, getting people out here is going to be a problem, but as long as you can teleport them, you can bring workers. I don't know. I kind of had only thought about how to lay out the keep. I hadn't put any thought into, outbuildings.
The backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only people we're gonna bring out here is people we can trust. Like,
Yeah.
we're not just gonna bring workers out here. It's gonna be people that, like, Hadrian trusts to do work, and that we can kind of vet because we don't need. We literally just got our own space. We don't need people coming out here that
Right.
we don't know or trust. So we definitely got to be really careful about this now.
Would there be?
Hey, that's why I said people we don't know, make them take the trials.
Would there possibly be any way to set up like a large scale permanent alarm spell?
Mm,
No, I don't think so. I
No.
mean, well, I mean, like, no, because
Just
if you
something.
remember that guy that shopkeep that I used the alarm spell for in Icewind Dale, he was just having a wizard come by. And
Yeah. I
Oh
just didn't know if
yeah.
something that
item.
that was something that maybe Ken could like invent or something that we could set around the whole keep.
I mean, it's
Or one
20.
of those like those old like horns where you turn the knob and it's like
Klaxon.
just have a couple of those placed around the island.
Old air sirens, just
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Tornado siren that goes off every first Wednesday of the month.
yeah. I mean, we can work out the logistics as you guys get to
Yeah.
town. Have to work out the logistics, but at least for here,
Figure
like
out some sort of security
Mhm.
later.
Because as soon as you said it was
Add it
kind of
to
like
the list.
hall adjustment, that made a lot of sense, and that we probably need to get it set up, but we also got to do it in a way that like we can trust the people setting it up not to be up to no good.
Yeah.
Yep. Which Baldur's Gate might not have the best like crop
People for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. First order of business as our new sovereign state. Baldur's Gate's banned. You only come for official business, and then you get the fuck out.
We should build or at least dig like a large lake and go and get Fred and have him keep guard.
I dig it.
Yes.
Oh shit. Well, how the fuck are we gonna get him up here?
Throw him in the
Teleportation?
teleportation circle.
Oh.
He fit on the airship.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll put him on the airship.
Yeah, but he
Either way.
didn't like it. Like he
He
hated
didn't like it. But
Well, I mean, yeah.
for like 2 days, he'd be fine.
Hell yeah. I like how we've got like the territory lines sorted now.
Yeah, I'm kind of just drawing them as I'd see them, and it's like, all right, I'd probably give that one to Ken so that he could have a pretty good size room for himself off in one corner. There's the
Yeah,
intern's
We
room.
just need. Yeah, nobody. Nobody's room. Ken, Aerith, Eidos, Rose, hell yeah.
And like,
Yeah. I'll probably have a forge and like a R&D set up in my room.
In
So I
your
don't have-
bedroom?
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Like,
Be
We
hot.
can put it like on the first floor.
okay,
I mean,
I guess that's 6%.
it's all like you can, but that would make your room fucking hot, dude.
yeah. I mean, you could
Yeah.
definitely have plenty of
Would.
R&D, but like a forge might be better on the first one. I'm just trying to get like
Okay.
down to
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll do that then.
yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I
gotta
figured that
have
would be like part of the workshop.
and forge and whole things. So
Yeah.
like a king size bed, which would probably be the one that Rose has, just so you guys can kind of see.
Just
to
look
scale-wise.
look at the size of that fucking bed, bro.
Yes. I want the biggest bed I could
That
possibly
is
make.
realistically probably the size it would be. No, I mean that's still too
Bigger.
That's a
like
15. Okay. That's more realistic. I was
Yeah.
about to say, that's a 15-foot long
Yeah.
bed.
15
Bigger.
bed.
I mean,
Super
I have seen
Hey,
pictures of like
California.
giant beds.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably about like 11 feet long when Rose finally gets their bed out here. And we'll figure out what you guys want. I'll come up with a cost for the furniture, and then we'll figure out a way to transport it.
To get it here.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I honestly don't quite know, but like 2 size, just so you guys could kind of see the scale. That's how big a king sized bed would be.
Just call Taz real quick.
I'm sure she can take some time out of her day to furnish our house.
We'll just get her to. We'll buy it. We'll get it shipped out here, and then she can just carry it because it'll be cake for big old dragon lady, and it'll be an excuse for her to spend some time with you. She hasn't seen you in a bit.
You could always ask.
I want a bigger bed. Especially if there's going to be a dragon lady.
Fair.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some way we can get things
So,
figured
Leave
out.
that for you guys to just think about, talk about throughout the next week. What do you guys want to do regarding everything going on now?
We have to go to Baldur's Gate, don't we?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
do we want to go now? Because I know Ken is hurting,
Still.
but I also don't know. Like, they're kind of in hiding. Do you think they'll be good for a couple days?
I mean, they're in
Mm,
hiding, but we still got to get Eldkin and what's her name out of
Yeah.
prison too. So
I mean, in
Honest-
theory, they're probably the safest at the moment because they're actually actively in jail, unless they get murdered in jail. But
well, I don't think any of them are going to get murdered until like they have them all and they get our attention.
I
Well,
can
Bob-
send out
oh.
feathers just for some reconnaissance.
he wants our attention, but he can also get our attention by killing them.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like he's going to have to get them all to get it. Right now they're split, and
Yeah.
that means we could go to 2 different places. I'm pretty sure if he was smart, he would get them all in one spot. So we should theoretically have a little bit of time if they
Maybe.
can stay evasive.
Or
But I
yeah,
don't think we have long.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know if we're gonna be able to wait the full like how many more days you got, Ken? 3?
3.
Three.
We could probably hit up like a doctor or a healer in the city so we can recover faster. Because I don't like.
Yeah.
We've got money and we can. I saw the Baldur's Gate thing was messed up from the little circle. Is that gonna stop us from teleporting straight there? Do we need to teleport and then travel to Baldur's Gate, Cade?
We just can't port into the guild hall, I guess, because the circle's broken.
Hmm.
Right. So where are you teleporting to?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because on that map, the teleportation thing was like X'd out. So I assume that's no good. So we'll have to teleport somewhere else and go to Baldur's Gate.
I mean, we're
Or-
technically closest where we are, I think.
Can you guys fly there? Because we're we're kind of out at sea right now.
Yeah. Besides that point, but I don't remember what would be
Come up in
closer.
Damn, we probably should ask that Admiral to have them like bring another ship.
Bring us back to Baldur's Gate, please. I mean, I could send him a message, tell him to turn around and come back and get us so we can go talk to authority if you want.
Can you come, Mom? Can you come
Can you
pick us
come
up?
pick
We
us
don't
up?
have our man. I mean, sure. That would probably be the quickest way for us to get to Baldur's Gate at this point. Because when we went down there, we didn't have the teleportation circle in here yet, like memorized. So
Mhm.
even if we went, we still would have had to get them to drive us
too
back
soon.
out here. Yeah.
Did I see the guy from up on the keep, or at least close enough to like be able to message him
You
or send him?
heard him. I'll say you could send him a setting.
He's Fistbender.
Gotta change his last name. It's
Strong
Fistbender
spear.
now.
No.
Fistbender.
No.
You shouldn't have said anything, Cade.
Evan
Right?
Fitbender.
Fire, water, earth.
Kevin Fistbender.
You're gonna be like Bender from Futurama. But he
Nah,
just
dude,
bends fists.
It's a new nation.
It's Baldur Gates nation.
The sequel to fucking Avatar and the Korra. The next Avatar just starts with fist bending. And whenever anybody asks what that is, they just get punched in the mouth.
To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't do that in the previous ones. Just be all like, "Oh, are you a bender? Yes, I'm a fist bender. What the f is that?"
Damn.
Doosh.
I mean, they kind of did because they had the people who knew how to fuck up the channels to stop people from bending.
Yes, chi
That,
blockers.
That's essentially fist bending, you know.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We're all just running around our own spaces trying to figure out what we want while Rose is like, hey, come pick us up.
Eh.
Right.
We're drawing lines of just like, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. And I'm just sitting here enjoying my tablet now that it's repaired.
Man, I did not think we were going to get a fucking castle
Me
tonight.
neither.
This is,
Oh, yeah.
this is rad.
7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Damn it. I have 4 words over. Okay, hold on. 1, 2.
Sorry about that.
Freddy's coming for
Okay,
you.
I'm just counting words.
He's coming for you.
Okay.
Patrons of our own.
Yeah, I mean, how else are we gonna get shit out?
Check Rose. Listen,
Mm,
Roboting.
hard.
robot hard. Am I
Yeah.
better now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you are.
Okay. Go ahead, give me a persuasion check.
23.
Nah. Because now it's 25, even if I roll.
Oh shit,
God.
you're right.
What, 30?
Oh, but 30.
30.
Hell yeah, dude. Get them.
Let's see.
Rose is talking like we're on good terms and not even aware that, to Ken, we're like, look, don't fuck with us or you're dead.
Yeah.
Sure, you guys ended it on extremely amicable terms.
Oh, of course.
We came in laughing as Ken was mocking them.
Yeah, that means it went well.
Beautiful. We do what we do best. And that's just wing it and hope that things work out somehow.
He said he's not attacked. They do want to talk to us, so they're gonna do it anyways.
Oh
Hell
boy.
yeah.
Alright,
Alright.
they said they'll see us soon, so I guess we go
Where
to
do you-
wherever they might pick us up. I have
Yeah,
no
I
idea.
was gonna ask because it takes them about an hour probably before you start to see their sails on the horizon from
Ooh,
the balcony.
taking it sweet time.
As they're coming out, they had gone all the way back to Baldur's Gate. You guys have been looking around the keep for the past like 6 hours, just like examining the land, looking at the territory around here. All of that is you spent the majority of the early afternoon. It's getting to be like middle to late afternoon at this point. But you can see them approaching. You do have about 700 feet of cliff beneath you to the waterline. How do you wish to bridge that gap?
Power move and jump off the cliff, right?
Please
Yeah.
no.
I mean, this cliff is actually a rather steep decline. So if you yeet yourself, I mean, you guys have literally thrown yourself off of this literal cliff.
Yeah.
Before.
Last time we had at least Featherfall, though.
You did have Featherfall.
I still didn't pick up that spell.
Whoops.
You picked up
Oops.
Featherfall right here. Wow!
It's like we all just jump. Hey, you have Featherfall, right?
I
What?
mean, it would be a power move though, because we wouldn't die. It would
I
hurt like a
mean-
motherfucker, but we wouldn't die.
Just fly, dude. Easy. Skill issue.
I would say
I got no other ideas.
I could cast enlarge on myself and could probably carry somebody or two people if possible, then the other two
Put
can go.
every put a couple people in the bag of holding.
I
Have somebody jump
can
off the cliff.
I can ritually cast Tensor's floating disc if that'll help in
Wait,
some weird
does-
way.
Does nobody have
Float 3
enough
feet
monk levels
above
to
the
slow fall?
ground. So will it stop as it falls?
Probably not. Tensors is not as
the ocean
good as it
count
seems.
as ground, or is it just gonna sink through the water?
It can't cross an elevation change of 10 feet or more. You can't go across it like a pit or anything, and I don't think it would just like elevator slowly drop.
So no dice on that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help.
How many monk levels does nobody have?
I think it's
3?
3.
Is that enough for slow fall?
Don't think
No. Because I don't see it on his list.
Just like maybe he could put two people in the bag and then jump off the cliff. Probably not though if he's only 3rd level.
In
Well,
slow fall, I think it says
or
it's a
6th.
4th level. Yeah, it's a 4th level as a
Why don't you turn
reaction.
into a big old eagle and carry some people?
Yeah, I could. Can I drop them from like 100 feet? Just for the
Why are you so determined to just
I mean,
skydive?
I just
I'm
really
not
want to
telling-
make
I'm
an
not saying
impact
no.
on them.
I'm not
Oh,
saying
we're gonna
no.
make an
You're-
impact.
You're free to drop whoever, because I can fly. I'll be all right. Whatever y'all decide, you can drop whoever
Yeah.
you want.
hey,
I'm
you
not
can
gonna-
fly.
I mean, you
I'm
could
not
also just
telling you
teleport
no.
you in one person.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't even need to do that. You want to drop somebody? You can just drop one of the people that can't fly, and we don't need to waste any spell slots.
Well, okay, I can take probably max 2 people, maybe.
Ken's got wing boots, so he can also fly, even when he's crippled. So
So do we want to go down?
Even when he's
So,
crippled.
hold on, okay. If I turn into a giant eagle, take Aerith and nobody, you guys
and
like
then drop them at
flying
100.
V flank me, and
Drop
then
them
I
at
drop
100
them.
feet. Yes.
Yes. And then like dive down as an eagle. We will make the fucking biggest like
I can
impact
use
on these people
prestidigitation to make it more flashy
as you fall.
as I fall.
Ken was kind of focused on the Admiral. I can tell you for a fact, just the two of us already made a pretty big impact because apparently they've been talking about us. They knew that we had died already, and
You've been
Really.
talking shit about us?
word had kind of spread. It sounded like that we were not dead. So I think we already have a pretty big impact just existing.
But we can always be bigger. I'm down for this plan.
Yeah.
Giggity?
All right.
If you want to turn Nobody and Aerith into like Dragapult attack missiles, then I'm definitely for it.
I'm not going to drop them on the ship, just near the ship.
Well, why not drop them on the ship?
Would that hurt more or less to hit water or boat, and would they smash them through the deck?
I'll tell you what.
If they don't know how to hit water, it's gonna do the same regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it won't destroy the ship, potentially.
Well, you don't know.
Well, no, like if I drop them in the water, they'll just hit the water. If I drop them onto the deck of the ship, I feel like they might go through the deck.
It is possible, but if they're in the water, then they're also just in the water.
That's fine. They can swim.
It's fine, they can
Aerith,
swim.
do you have a swim speed?
Now?
Can you do the breathe thing? I know you cast spells, can you cast the little water breathing thing on yourself so
I
you don't
can't.
drown?
I do have water breathing. I can ritually cast that on everybody just as an insurance.
Just in case. See?
So I want
you'll
you
be
to kind
fine.
of understand how big of a ship the galleon is, because I mean this isn't even a good
Yeah.
shitty ass
It
galleon.
did say it was like 5
Yeah.
times the size of that other big ship that we had already been on. It's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah, so-
massive, it sounds. So I don't think you gotta worry too much about like going too much through the boat. Maybe through that first
Yes.
hole.
I mean, Ken could mend it, I suppose, if we want to just smash through the deck, but
Please, we cannot break.
but yeah, just like Eidos and Ken and Bird.
And you will
And-
simply
Well, keep in
drop
mind,
in front of 'em
the
100 feet.
wing boots give
Right
us a fly speed equal to our walk speed. So Ken still has only got 15 feet unless he dashes.
So we'll make a slow entrance.
You know what? This is why I love D&D, because I dig it and I support it. I'm just getting a boat kind of drawn up here because like
To
it's
figure
a
out if we
huge
crash
like
into it or not.
3-mast battleship. I was already thinking about it. I was like, I'm just gonna roll a con save for the boat, and we'll just see what happens. But you guys have gathered
They
on
might not like
the
that.
the terrace overlooking the eastern side of the island towards where Baldur's Gate lies. You see the large, formidable ship approaching like a boulder sliding through the earth towards you. And once it gets what you deem close enough, you enact your plan. Rose, you're turning into a giant eagle?
Yep.
Okay, you giant eagle, and with Ken and Eidos at either side, you pick up Aerith and nobody and just slowly start flying your way out towards them. Get
I would have
down.
ritually casted water breathing on everybody.
Okay. Alright. Ritually cast water breathing on everybody so you can all breathe water in the 10 minutes as you saw it approaching. You fly down, slowly descending. Let's see, everybody, I want a party charisma check right now. Just we need a
Flat
team-wide
charisma?
charisma. Just flat charisma.
I'm at disadvantage. No.
I know.
Oh,
Oh
good.
no,
Oh my, Rose, no!
Fine, I'm a bird.
you're a bird.
The 2 charisma-based characters were like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh, yeah,
Uh-oh.
that was, give me Ken, I need nobodies too.
Oh shit, sorry.
Preemptive flash of genius.
Holy crap, what is this shit?
Hell yeah, dude.
Look, you
Hell
did
yeah.
well for everybody else except for us. It's fine.
As you kind of approach, you're coming from the west. There's you can see your shadows starting to show like on the sails as you're getting closer and closer. The large wings of the eagle and the kind of amorphous blob of the 2 bodies hanging from your talons. You've got your 2 friends also casting their shadows. You look down. You've definitely drawn attention from the sailors on the ship. You get down to about 100 feet and you're eating them, right?
Yeah, I kind of want to like speed up and like dive bomb to the 100 feet and then drop them.
Okay. All right.
Why do
so
you want to kill your friends?
I know.
They'll be fine.
Are you aiming for the water or the deck?
All right, this is your last chance. Do you want to go on the deck or in the water?
Can we just safely drop them on the deck?
Nah, too late for that.
Why?
You guys did not stop this from happening. You
Just
had
quick,
ample
get the water,
time.
make a decision.
Yep, or I will decide for you.
Water, and I'm gonna have Nanashi
Alright.
just use his decanter of endless water just to like kind of like alleviate the impact.
Okay. All right. So as you get down to the about 100 feet, you look over at Ken, and you kind of caw loudly as a giant eagle. You beat your wings heavily, and you sail up into this large loop-de-loop. Hitting this peak, you kind of twist yourself upside down. Aerith, there's a moment where you're like, oh god, oh, I'm gonna hurt.
You just get thrown straight at the water.
Before the drop, whew, you go down for about 300 feet and then just boom, give me 2 dexterity checks from the eagle.
Okay.
From the eagle. Okay.
Oh, you'll have your
check.
chance. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I don't. Hold on. I need to find the giant eagle. I forgot to do that.
Ken and Eodos. Okay.
Yeah.
You see this flat, like you see Rose look at you, Ken, and caw at you, and you feel in the pit of your stomach, uh-oh, we're going off plan. Awesome. Awesome.
It's only a 3 for the eagle, so
Okay, so that's really a 5 and a 15. All right.
Yes.
All right. Awesome then. Let's see. Who do you have in your left claw?
Probably left hand. Probably Nanashi.
Okay, nobody there. All right. Aurora, can you give me dexterity saving throws from both the characters you're running tonight? Eodos and Ken,
No.
you see Rose take off and start sailing up, and you're still kind of just drifting down at you're keeping pace with Ken, 15 feet, kind of drifting with him. And Rose soars up, loop-de-loops, and comes back down and cuts between the two of you. You feel the burst of wind. And,
Flash of Demon?
sure, go for it. Let's see. It's 10. So you see as both of them go flying off like fastball special. Actually, I should probably put a little bit of extra oomph on there. Yeah, that's fine. Aurora, Aerith, you hit the water at blinding speeds. And while you're soaring, there's kind of like the wind is so hard, your eyes are like narrowing to keep them from drying out, and your jaws and it's, you don't even have a chance to try to catch yourself. You take 46 points of bludgeoning damage.
God damn it.
Nobody, whose aim was a little bit worse, but his save was so much better, looks like he's heading towards the deck, and right before he hits the deck, he twists and takes the decanter out, and with a burst of water, pushes him away from the deck and kind of skids him along the surface of the water before falling into it. He takes 23 points of bludgeoning damage.
You're fine.
And then Kennedy just lightly touch down on the deck, like everything's fine.
Bird Rose lands on the deck. A number of sailors that are just looking at you like, what the fuck? In the moments that it does take for Aerith and nobody to resurface, as Aerith, you probably went down about 20 feet. You felt your ears pop because you hit with some fucking force.
Oh, God.
Ken and Eodos, you do land on opposite side of Bird Rose, who's just standing there in the deck preening themselves, looking proud.
Yeah, we mentioned that if you don't know how to land in the water, it was going to hurt just as bad. We probably should have took that time to tell you how to land in the water. Thinking about it,
Not with your face.
not head first is always a good start.
You both
Usually.
kind of set down on the deck, and Admiral Tevid is standing there, mouth agape. The sailors on the deck, like there's one that just has what looks like a mooring line or one of those like retaining lines for the sails in his hand, is just sort of looking at you, and then the rope just starts to slide and just slides out.
We
just
we
kinda
have
goes
very
slack.
limited options for landing. When it's just two of us, it's much easier to get around. But when it's everybody, we don't have the luxury of just teleporting. Unfortunately,
I see that. Do you need?
You just, I feel like I should just do a thing and I'm just like floating above the water face down.
Actually,
you
that's a
good?
good point. Give me a Constitution saving throw, because the wind would have been absolutely knocked out of you hitting the water that hard. Nobody does come back to consciousness, and you look over and he's just sort of like laying on his back, just lazily drifting in the water. This is very comfortable for him, just the gentle kind of rocking of the ocean. You look over the other side, Aerith is face down in like the complete like
fine.
one of
He
them's
can
loving
breathe
it, the
water.
other's not. And Admiral Tevid, who's standing in the middle, and I mean it's a wide ship, so you kind of have to like walk to the side. Should we lower the longboats? Men, lower the longboats. And one of the guys goes, right, longboats. Wait,
I mean, I could go
They
get
don't
them, I
know that
guess.
Aerith is breathing.
You're fine.
you just start seeing these two small ships that they use for traveling in from shore that are only like this big in comparison, but are still about 20 feet long from stem to stern. Lower slowly into the water with a couple of sailors on them to go
Like
and
a
fish.
drool.
I'm loving the drawing, man. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Oh, they should keep.
Into the water to fish your wayward allies from it, but
I could just go get them, I guess, but too
I
late.
appreciate that Aerith was just down for it. He knew exactly how bad it could have gone. He was, you know what, throw me.
well, while that's going on, Admiral Tevid just blinks and looks around at all of you. Rose, you're still in an eagle, right?
For the moment,
Okay.
they
kinda-
kind of like look over the side of the ship and watch the longboats grab them, and think about going down to just go grab the two.
Do you though? Or do you just think about it?
As soon as their boats get there, I will go and grab them. Like,
Take them out
before
from
the longboats.
sailors.
Yes.
Such a jerk. Okay. Which one would you prioritize? Because nobody's will get to him faster, but Aerith is face down. If you
Yeah,
get
I'll
one of
get
them, you might
Aerith.
not have time to get the other. Okay. All right. Nobody gets into his longboat. The help of a couple of the sailors, and just thanks them. They question first why and who, and then he just answers, "I'm just the intern. Don't worry about it.
I haven't even been paid yet.
I haven't even been paid yet. So, are you guys the ones that pay me?" As the other boat reaches, you see Bird Rose take off and swoop down. As they're watching the longboat kind of lower itself and sail out, Admiral Tevid will walk up to Eidos and Ken and look between the two of you. So, which one of your allies was the one that spoke to me? They your who leads your?
You know, kind of points towards the giant eagle.
He narrows his eyes. Right, magic. Of course, I should have guessed. Well, once your men
Gently
are...
set Aerith's limp body onto the deck.
You're conscious, Aerith. You're
I'm just gonna
like,
I'm just laying there.
It hurt, man. You hit the water, and if you hadn't been able to breathe the water, you would have probably started to drown as you just exhausted every bit of air in your lungs from the sheer force of the impact. You were just
Basically, belly flopped.
Yep.
Just-
Yep, from 100 feet.
100-foot belly flop.
I
In the salt water.
blame Rose.
No,
Rose is
I
to
don't
blame
know.
for everything.
I mean, this is 100%. Nobody is denying that this is on Rose. Rose came up with the idea, but we could all sit here and say that, you know, we get it. But I feel like maybe somebody should have been like, nah, a little bit more.
Right? No one said
Committed.
no.
Yeah.
So
The
I
two
figured
that
we were
could
all
fly-
on board.
Yeah,
Besides
two
Ken,
that
he
could
said
fly
no,
didn't
but
really care. But
yeah.
the two that couldn't, I know you're kind of speaking for nobody, but I feel like maybe you should have put up a little bit more of a fight, just a little.
It's fine. He would have been. He's down the clown. He's fine.
But Rose will gently put Aerith's body on the deck and then kind of perch on the side of the ship, and then I'll turn back and just lounging on the edge of the ship.
As you do, you hear the clanking from the opposite side finish, and the longboat makes its way onto the deck. Nobody just sort of skips off, and still wet, but a grin on his face. Looks at all of you. The two sailors get out of the ship with him and secure the longboat. You change back. Okay, well, Looks like your party is back aboard. Aboard for the first time. Whoa. The longboat back up. Let's make our way back to the docks, and you can head to the High Hall. I had informed them of your message, so they should be prepared for you sometime this evening to make yourselves known.
Hell
Did
yeah.
we? Was that a formal appointment? Like we have to go tonight?
They are expecting you, but if tonight does not work, I can send word that tomorrow may be better. They were not upset about the late meeting time, but we're not excited about it either.
I mean, we could. Did we know what we wanted to talk about exactly?
I mean, they want to know what the deal is with the island and a lot of that stuff. So
Sure, but I
Passed
mean, I
along-
wanted to like figure out what we were gonna demand of them as a new sovereign station. Like
And you're saying that out loud?
quietly to Eidos.
There's kind
Just
of like,
whispering to Eidos.
okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. I'll roll some dice. Hold on.
Just like what do we get? Is there a process for becoming a your own city state?
I mean,
Do we need like a list?
It's basically just a matter of like, don't attack us. We're not going to attack you. We're kind of just here because a dragon dropped a mountaintop.
Sure, but like, what do we get as new nobility? Do we get like station?
I
Like
don't think
power?
so. I mean, we would have power within our own nation, which is the island. It's not like they leave Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate. They don't really have authority in other places most of the time. They have like notoriety, but it's not like they have.
Right.
We wouldn't be able to
Okay.
walk into Baldur's Gate and like tell people what to do just because we're the new guys in town, you know?
Okay. Do we get like a seat on the council?
I mean, that's something we would have to talk about because unless this island has to move, it's now part of the Sword Coast. So
Yeah.
maybe.
Are we part of Baldur's Gate or just like
No.
neighbors?
No, we're your neighbors. This wasn't unless they invaded and tried to claim it or tried to buy it from us, or
Yeah, we get
pull
to
some
keep it.
pull some chicanery to try to say they have claim to it or something. Which I mean, you never know.
Try.
They could try.
Okay.
They can definitely try.
I mean, as long as we have like the basic ideas, I'm down, I guess, to do the meeting tonight. I just didn't know like if we needed affairs in order or like paperwork or like do we need like a seal?
Probably.
We might have to come up with stuff like that later on, I guess. I think the first meeting is mainly just to figure out why a mountain got dropped in the ocean.
Yeah.
So
we mostly explained ourselves.
Yeah, probably just to make sure we didn't drop a mountain by accident and just miss. And we're not a threat to Baldur's Gate.
No. So, meeting tonight?
Yeah. If we can stop by a doctor first, that'd be great.
Get a little rejuvenated.
Yeah. Yeah, we could. I'm sure we could find somebody who could give you a couple greater restorations.
Well, you guys make the boat ride down to the shore.
I bet these military officials are probably like, they know they're talking about like homeland terrorism, right? Like, I bet they're really kind of on edge with most of what we have to say. I feel
every word uttered seems to have been carefully weighed and measured against their perceptions of you. the Admiral, for the ride, everybody give me an insight check on him, because he has pretty much kept you guys in his sights the whole time, and you've been quiet, but he has always been standing probably no
Jesus.
more than 15, 20 feet
Nice.
away, just keeping his eyes on
Job,
you.
guys.
You see him, Rose, you see him watching you a few times, so does nobody, and his eyes just focus. It doesn't look like he's looking at your eyes. It looks like he's looking at your mouth.
Bitch,
He's
read my lips.
reading our lips.
I haven't technically said anything that incriminates us, so they
don't
just
say
kind
the-
of like.
just don't say the words "kill the president" and it will be.
Mm.
They just
But you-
give him a long look, like, I know what you're doing.
He just meets your gaze and does not seem to give a shit. But you guys make the boat ride comfortably up the river, and the river is wide. The River Shantar is. Let me see if I know that the Forgotten Realms wiki actually has a page on it, because it's like one of those, like the Anacostia River or any of those ones. It's like 1,000 feet across. It's huge.
Damn.
So,
It's not a river, that's like a mini lake.
right?
A long mini lake.
Along the lake.
It does not say, but it would probably be about formed at the bank. It'd probably be about a quarter mile in width. It's this very, very wide, deep, slow-moving river that, if you guys were to stay on the river, would eventually lead you back to Erebor. It goes all the way across the entirety of the
Hell
Sword
yeah.
Coast. It's this kind of, this here will go up and past El Terrell, and then over to Scornoble, and comes down and around Verdusk, and then down to Erebor, and comes back around. It actually flows in the opposite direction. It flows from Erebor and then out to the ocean as it comes down the hills, from the west, or the east to the west.
Out
But
to the ocean.
as you guys make your way into the city is large, and the only time that I can remember us actually being here was when you guys stopped through to pick up Jaeger, and get the teleportation
Yeah.
circle at the guild hall. So I don't know if you guys actually saw the city itself. Where's my map?
Not really. We might have looked around like briefly, but I can't remember.
As you guys come into the city, see how big this river is on this
Damn.
map. Yeah, look at that! I guessed 1,000 feet, and it's 1,000 feet. Quarter mile. Hell yeah.
Crossing.
But it is built into the side of the river, and as you kind of approach, you see the docks off to the left approaching. He will. Where would he go? He'd probably go down to the sea tower. That's probably where their ships dock. So this part here closest, before docking the ship.
I like how this place is just the wide.
Right?
Wide, yeah. So let's see. As he approaches, he will
Little
ask
catchy.
you, have you been to the city before? Stayed here in the past?
Only at the guild hall. Well, actually, I don't know because I wasn't there, so I'm not.
That's true.
We passed through briefly. We picked up an acquaintance before we jumped into the astral sea.
Yeah, Astral Sea. Oh. Either way, we will be mooring here at what is known as the Sea Tower District. Let me pull up where the High Hall is. Okay. Fortunately, relatively close to where you need to be. Within the Temples District, you will find the High Hall. That is the home of government here within Baldur's Gate. That is where the council... Yeah. Probably. I don't think it's... Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. He kind of
Unless
like...
it's a huge fucking temple. But...
Yeah, he kind of like says it will be surrounded by a cloistered wall and it stretches 5 or 6 stories tall. It is very hard to miss. Announce yourselves at the gate. They will lead you in to the council chambers or into the waiting rooms, where you will wait for the councilors to make themselves ready. Then you will be able to meet with them. While here within the city, please execute. What's the right word for it? Propriety in your
Restraint.
actions. Know that while within these city walls, you will be held to its laws and governance. So keep that in mind. And he looks at Rose and he looks at Iedo.
Yeah.
Sit.
Be on our
While
best behavior.
we got you, and we're going to the temple district anyway. Is it safe to assume we can find like some clerics or some healers to be able to patch our boy up a little bit?
Yes. The High Hall itself was actually at one point a temple to, I think it was Gond. But there are a number of others available within the temple district that should be able to accommodate to have you the funds or resources.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Pull up temple district so I can actually.
Kind of worked out that that's where we got to go, huh?
Right?
Yeah, right.
We get to talk to the Waterdeep, not Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate people, and potentially get you some greater restorations.
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
Does the admiral have a map? Does the admiral?
He doesn't. He doesn't have one of the city. He has one of the coastline and like of the rivers, but nothing of the city here on the ship.
All right.
Let's see. I'm trying to find a list of, because usually it'll tell me like, hey, here in the temple district you have all of these.
Right.
And
These
Like
commodities.
labeled stuff.
Here we go. Okay. You guys.
I was just gonna say I like the sound of tumble down. I want to go there before we leave.
Right? Or the little Kalimshan
Kalimshan?
over up here.
Yeah, it's a big city. It's
It's a fucking huge city.
huge city.
There's a place called Pigsfoot.
You guys step off the docks, and Sea Tower itself is probably about as large as the dock district of Iriabor. So 2 or 3 of these districts makes up Iriabor, and this city it's the biggest city you guys have ever been in. Yeah.
Fucking big.
Like,
When
unquestionably.
we came in, we just met Jaeger over there, right? Like we were in like 10 minutes and then we're gone.
That was it. Yep. And that was mostly like guild houses and row houses and stuff. But as you guys step off into Sea Tower, the buildings here mostly dedicated towards obviously fishing, trade, warehouses, things like that. There are some like houses that are built on top of shops, for like people that build nets or work as fishermen. And a lot of the city here is designed around that like multi-level stack the buildings on top of each other architecture. Everything is at least 2 or 3 stories and just stretches up and up. And as you walk down the narrow streets, it's almost a bit claustrophobic. There are big, wide open streets available, but you can't always stay on them as they twist and curve around the the landmass that is Baldur's Gate. You ask for directions from a few locals, and while they don't necessarily seem to hate outsiders, they're not the friendliest bunch. You'll get a temple district's that way. You just follow the road that way till you find the gate. How could you miss it? That kind of response.
Rude.
But finding your way through, you actually have to kind of go around the Manorborn district, through Bloomridge, and then through the gate into the Temple district. Yeah. in order to get there correctly, because there isn't really a gate into the Manorborn, which is mostly upper class housing and nobility housing and stuff like that. But you find your way into the temple district, and looking around. Roll me an investigation for finding Ken a cleric. Either one person can do it with advantage, or two people can roll them, unless one of them's Ken, and then his is gonna be a disadvantage.
I can do it.
Or you can give Ken a flat roll by somebody giving him advantage.
I mean, we're all
somebody
looking
better
for
roll-
it.
Somebody better roll that shit with advantage.
Sure. I'll do it.
You can actually Ken could
What's
do
your
that.
investigation, Aerith?
I have a plus 10.
Okay. As long as it's all right.
There you go. Good job. You didn't even need it.
You ask
Got it all
around,
on your own.
and you look around, and a lot of the temples here are dedicated to a small pantheon of gods. So you look around, and there are smaller temples for pretty much every god that you've seen. You even see a small shrine for Bahamut, but there's no one really tending it. It just has, like a donations bowl and a statue that, people can pay worship at here in the temple district. Where is that? Of the other ones. Okay. The ones that you do see mostly are like Millel. You do see one for Ogma. And then you see a very, very large, beautiful temple in the distance. It's stretching probably about 100 feet tall, large columned entrance with like this architecture built over the top. And I'm actually just going to copy and paste this picture because it's really cool. And as you look around, you ask, and it is introduced to you as the High House of Wonder, and is the main site of worship here in the temple district for Gond, who is the primary deity for the Baldurian priests.
What's he in charge of again? He sounds familiar.
Gond is the Lord of Smiths. He is the maker.
Oh,
Well, that works out.
He's known as Lord of all Smiths, pushed for innovation and imaginativeness. The Gearsmith, inspiration divine, the Meddler, the Wonderbringer. But yeah, you find this large temple with many people kind of moving about, priests speaking with patrons or tending to the grounds around it. What are you guys doing?
look, seems if there's any clerics that are, not busy.
You
Yeah.
can
If
limp
not,
in with your cane and kind of look around. You do make eyes with an older woman. She is darker skin, tight gray hair, kind of pulled up into a bun, and she's wearing a like blue and silver like robe, but it doesn't look like it's made of like silks or fineries. It just looks like normal like cotton in that coloring. And as you meet eyes with her, you see her eyes soften, and she walks over to you with her hands kind of like into the sleeves. And goes, "Child, are you not well? You look so weary."
Yes, madam. My friends here, saved me from a situation not too long ago. I've been in a magically induced coma. I've been out for 7 days, and I was hoping to come here to get rejuvenated.
She looks over you, your various trinkets, doodads, and gadgets, all of your intricately carved metal, armaments and everything. "Do you worship our Father Gond? I just see your inventions, and he is Lord of Smiths. It pays no mind towards my ability to assist you. I can help.
I mean, I've never been, I've never been against religion. I always believed, I always been taught that religion is always one's right. Um, you know, and from what I've been, you know, from what I've been taught when I was younger, God seems like a pretty awesome deity, especially in my line of work specifically. So,
Indeed. Indeed. He has given us the wheel and the gear and all things that have made our lives better for even the lowest of us. But, child. She kind of like looks you over. She's gonna kind of size you up. I know Rose stayed outside. Does anyone else come in with Ken?
I would be with him.
Okay, so Aerith is here.
I assume Eidos would, because he went back
Yeah,
in
yeah,
there.
probably. And so you guys are all here. So
Ain't nobody
he-
else.
Hmm?
Hold on, we're cutting out a little bit.
Oh no.
Okay. I don't know about nobody or Eidos, I guess, but
I think Eidos would probably go in. I don't know about nobody.
I
Only
feel like
nobody
nobody
with
would
Rose.
stay with Rose.
Yeah, just to make it easier. It
yeah,
is
you can hang
Kyle.
out with me and we'll play. I don't know. I was gonna say jacks, but
Just sitting
play
on the
cards or
temple
something.
stairs, watching as the throng of people move through this city. Like there are a lot of people, Rose. A lot of people.
Yeah,
This is
they're just
the
people watching, I guess. Then
didn't no no. You came from Waterdeep, right? Or did you come from Baldur's Gate? I can't remember.
I'd never really decided. It was one of the big cities. I can't remember. Maybe we could say it was Baldur's Gate.
And you have not been in these crowded streets for quite some time.
If it was Baldur's Gate, they specifically do not like this whole district at all.
That tracks. Yeah. Within temple, exit, Aerith Eidos. Such magics do come at a price of both skill and resources. Have you diamond dust available to assist with the culmination of the restoration spell?
I'll be honest, I could only barely hear you, so I'm not sure what.
I mean, I have a diamond.
How big is the diamond?
I have 2 300 gold diamonds and 3 500 gold diamonds.
You hold them out, and she'll take one of the 500s. If you donate this to the temple, I could convert it into the needed resources and execute a few restorative spells upon your ally here.
Ripping you off, dude.
I
The
mean,
rest would go towards assisting others in need in the future, those who, you know, perhaps unable to.
oh my god, is it the rapier again?
Do you let her keep the 500 the 500 GP diamond?
I'm just like, do you actually need the 500? Like, can you use a 300 one?
She smiles. Give me a persuasion check.
Oh boy. I'm so good at those, you guys. I'm so good at those. That should not be at advantage.
It's a 12.
It's
though.
a 12.
Not bad. She
You rolled a 10.
smiles, but not in a warm way, and kind of swaps them out in your hand. I'm sure we can make do. It'll be just fine. We can get him a couple of casts and make him feel better and have just enough left to help someone else in the future. If you give me just one moment, we do have some holy smiths here who can refine this for us quickly. It will just take me 5 minutes, 10 minutes to get it into its proper state.
Okay.
She kind of
You basically just did the thing where at a store when they ask you, "Do you want to donate money?" You click one,
I
and you
know.
realize it's the wrong one that was too much.
You're like, no.
So you lower it, and they're just like, "Oh."
That's exactly what. Except that
Right?
she clicked the higher number for you, which is the difference
Yep.
here.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was like, come on, man.
She was like, "You want to donate $5 to puppies in need, right? I'll donate $3." But she gives you a polite nod. The diamond kind of disappears into her sleeves in front of her, and she's like just walks, almost glides like gently into one of the chambers in the back. You all are left within the main chamber of the High House of Wonders here for about 10 minutes.
I just go over to Ken and I'm just like, I don't think she likes me anymore. Or at all.
Oh, oh. I'm sure she's all right. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. She comes back out with a small bag, like a little pouch. Walks over to Ken. "Why don't you sit down, darling? It would be easier if you're seated throughout the casting."
Okay.
You take a seat on one of the pews here, and let me just make sure that I've got it all right. She takes a pinch of the dust, speaks a few words gently under her breath. The dust kind of flashes with light, and then she just casts it over you. It falls into your direction and then kind of into your orbit, encompassing you like a warm mist that you feel just sink into your skin, and you lose 1 level of exhaustion. She looks at you as you kind of like stretch, and there is an audible pop in his back.
Ew.
And you could actually feel like you could walk again at full speed. She goes, "All right,
Hell yeah.
making progress here." And she's going to take another pinch and kind of move the dust around in her hand and cast the spell, and then cast the dust all over you again. Again, you feel that warm kind of sparkly silver snow sink into you, and you lose another stack of exhaustion. Okay, well, unfortunately, that does tap out my magical stores for the day.
How you
But
feeling,
you should
Ken?
be feeling much better.
Yeah. Uh, feeling pretty good.
Are you sure? I mean,
I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna pull out like 3 platinum.
Okay.
And ask if there's anyone else here that can cast one more shot of greater restoration.
One more adrenaline shot.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Damn it! I'm still at disadvantage.
mm-hmm.
Usually that's the last one to go.
Yup.
All right, last charge of Flash of Genius for today.
Maybe you'll roll a nat 20, you don't know.
I love Flashes of Genius. Great.
All right, make sure I'm back at disadvantage. Check.
Okay.
Preemptive flash. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh,
All right, so
focus.
15.
Okay.
15 on the persuasion. Okay. She kind of smiles at you. "You can keep your coin." She looks down at the bag. Looks over at Aerith. "You had to. Would you be willing to donate that other 300 GP diamond, that gold piece diamond that you have, to the cause, to the Church of Bond, to help those in the future? Resources are more valuable to us than gold." And she kind of like chagrined a bit, looks around, and it's a very ornate temple. "If you would be willing to add to our stores of resources, I can ask the High Priest to come down and perform one last ritual."
I'll look over to Arabs. It's like I'll pay you back for the diamonds.
All
I
right,
could find someone better.
sure.
Mhm.
And I'll hand over the
She
last 300 diamond.
she graciously accepts it with a nod. We will ensure that it is used for a good purpose, and we will return momentarily with the high priest.
I'm sorry, Rose.
I'm not there. Rose would have some fucking choice words for this lady, but
Oh, we
Yep.
already
thankfully I'm not
know.
there.
Yep. Alrighty, man, you stayed out in just the best place.
Yeah.
No.
A okay. Uh. Okay. Okay, that's all I get for him. Okay, so she leaves, and it's about another 10 or 15 minutes, and then she finally comes back down, and she's being followed by another older man. He's actually an elf who's wearing the same kind of style of robe, stands a little bit taller than her, and has long silver hair that just runs down his back. Um, walks up, and he looks down and nods. I am High Artificer Thalamond Albea. Here you are in need of some magical assistance, child.
You're 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 also an artificer.
Kind of like kind of squints his eyes a little bit at you. By what do you? The High Artificer is the title of the leader of the Church of God. I don't know if
Oh, oh, my apologies.
kind of curious. What other artificer could there? He
Uh,
looks you up and down.
well, I mean that's what I've been trained in, artificery.
Yes.
You know, he'll like circle around, show him like my gauntlet and some of my like tool bags and
Takes your gauntleted hand in his, and he's got thin, like delicate hands, but as he kind of moves your hand around, they're very strong, and it's a little bit surprising with the dexterity in which he can kind of like move everything and look at it. Interesting. I have heard of such sciences coming to light in the land where our Lord reigns to the west, but I have never laid eyes upon it myself. And he kind of like looks closely at your gauntlet. You can almost see the magic interwoven in it. And he spends probably an uncomfortable amount of time just looking at your hand.
well, thank you. I made it myself. But unfortunately, maybe at another day I could stop by and I could, you know, give a brief explanation about some of the things I do. Who knows? I could probably, draw up some quick investments to help you guys here at the temple.
I would be interested in that meeting, yes. If you do find yourself with a abundance of time, please seek me out. I am intrigued by this. But either way, let me see what I can do for you today, child, to alleviate some of the stress. And he kind of looks over at the woman. Animal, the dust, please. And she kind of nods and hands him the bag, and he takes the last 100 GP pinch of the 300 that she ground up. And you hear that same kind of muttering of magic, and he casts it over Ken, and you are once again greater restored and no longer exhausted. And
Yay!
as the kind of like silver snow sinks into Ken, this warm feeling over him, he sighs, and as he does, there's this. Eodos and Aerith, make me insight checks.
Insight.
Okay, interesting roll. You see what looks like a flash of bright light, but in the moment that you recognize it, before your eyes can even close, it's gone. You kind of like reach up, like expecting there to still be a light there, and there's just Ken. But he looks better. Doesn't look like he's like holding himself tiredly anymore. High Artificer, the House of Wonders, smile. There. Well, I will not delay you any further. If you need be somewhere, or if you wish to converse now, I am available for the next short while.
Unfortunately, we have a meeting to head to. We just really need you to stop by before making said meeting. But thank you, both of you, so much for this. I definitely appreciate it. And again, sir, I will gladly stop by. To we can definitely talk about art history whenever I have some free time.
Certainly intriguing. I have been the High Artificer for 200 years now, and I have never referred to it within our faith. That word is not existed beyond it, so I would be very intrigued to learn where you learned it from and its history. But I will delay you no further, and he looks over, and Daniil, I will delay you no further. Please bring the donation to the stores, and I will see our new friends out to the city streets themselves. And he kind of just gently walks with you guys, not escorting you, but as you're leaving, just walking alongside you to the main entrance where you see, I don't know if nobody would have, so
I don't know either. Unfortunately.
let me look at, because I think we might have to pick up there next week.
Okay.
I think that would be a good point. Yeah, let's pick up there with you guys just outside of the House of God, or the House of High House of Wonders. Oh, God.
And
Within the city
Rose
of
and nobody
Baldur's Gate.
either are there or not. We're not sure
Are Rose and nobody
yet.
pickpocketing?
Oh
Please
my
no.
god.
You weren't there to stop us.
Tune in next week to find out.
Why?
If nobody says no, Rose would still be gone. But so we'll see.
Why
And
are
then we'll
you
see
like
if nobody
this?
would have. Well, we'll pick up with what happened with Rose and nobody in the half an hour that you guys were inside of the High House of Wonders, speaking with the priestess and priest there. And we'll go ahead and do their vignette next week. But yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put us back on the map for the floor of the stronghold. I was also looking at it. It didn't save it in the right quality that I was hoping for. Obviously, the picture that I was plotted first, so I'm going to just work on it throughout the week. If you guys want to draw out any other designs or what you want, I can add in there. Anywhere you want windows, just doodle on it however you want this week, and whenever
Can
you
we
want.
turn the entire wall into just windows? Glass wall.
Which wall and why?
Because it would be pretty, and I don't know.
Like
Just
this
a
whole wall
giant
on
stained
the,
glass.
Yeah. Yep.
See if that's east. So that would be the southern. That would get a lot of sun as the sun comes up and stays in the southern sky. It would just be like this constant sunlight into your room with these. You could probably do like windows from here to here that go 15 feet up and still don't even reach the ceiling. Because these
I'll
rooms are
take it.
25 feet tall. They're big domed roofs. Yeah.
So does that mean we could theoretically put a second floor into our room, like add lofts into our room for
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, I'd be down.
That'd be pretty cool.
It would be pretty cool. That would probably fall into the. Well, it depends on how you want it. Right now, the stonework is all he can really work with. It's kind of this. He can build walls and reshape things. So if you wanted like a stone hubby off to one side where you could have like a little nook to sleep in, almost like a.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, you could do something like that. But just use your imaginations. This is yours. It will be yours to design however you guys want. I have I had originally set it up for Ken to be like, why don't you just tell me, how you want it designed? And then Ken was like, why don't you go ahead and design it? Because that's a lot. I was like, that is a lot.
That's a
And
lot.
I don't want to,
You're
like,
right. Everybody can do it.
I think we did it together. I think it's best done together. Because I told Ken, because I kind of gave him an idea that this was coming ahead of time, but I told him that
I'm
my
not
idea-
creative enough to do all that. So
yeah, that like in my mind, 100 years down the line, if you guys are victorious against Tiamat, the coast is saved. The survivors of you, those of you who have elongated lifespans because of chicanery for one reason or another, working together,
Aerith.
leading like the next group of adventurers from this guild hall off the coast where you're close enough to, have good effect on the coast and everything. That was kind of my idea for it, and this like permanent impact.
Oh my god, is the island gonna belong to Aerith after so many years?
It's funny that you think Ken's gonna die like a normal human.
I know.
Man's riding around with a demigod in his noggin. You think he's just gonna age normally?
I'm sure, yeah.
I'm sure. All right.
He's gonna become like Xanther over at the fucking Ember Temple, except as long as he's
Oh
on
my
the
God.
island in here, he's fine.
You can't leave. Oh man. No, I got other liches in play, but. Oh. All right. Well, I will have the Council of Waterdeep, the Council of Four. They're the four
Council
leaders.
of Baldur's Gate.
So there's the Council of Waterdeep was like a named event. That was Lady Silverman called together people at the Sword Coast to be like, yo, we need to solve this threat. The Council of Four is the legitimate leading body of Baldur's Gate, made up of four influential nobles. None of them you know. Vogue is not one
Okay.
of the four, so you're not going to be stepping
that's
into
good.
that.
I
I'm
mean,
using the
it
actual
also
four that were in
would
play.
make our job easier, but
It might not send the good message where we step in, we see him and murder him on the spot before we even have a chance to talk. So it's kind of good he's not there.
we don't know what happened. The entire council was dead when we got there.
Oh no.
Man, who could have done this?
Baldur's Gate just ends up burning itself.
We get in there, we find him, and it's just like, hey man, you're not going anywhere.
Oh no. Oh, that's right. You guys have
Force Gauge. Yeah, you just have to buy.
spells now.
You just have to buy 1,000
Bunch of
or
rupee dust.
1,500 GP of ruby dust, which isn't impossible for us.
And it
No,
doesn't
not
even
at all.
Okay.
And we don't even, honestly, we don't even have to buy it. I'm sure we have plenty of gems that we can just go grind up because we have found so much
Maybe.
currency.
We had a shit ton of sapphires that I gave to Aerith, but I don't know about rubies.
No, you only gave me
liquidated most of the
3
gems.
sapphires?
Did I only give you 3? I thought I gave you all
No,
of them.
10. I'm sorry.
10.
But
And it was
Yeah.
gonna be
Around
used
with,
for my repayment with my mother.
Eidos is walking around with like 11 grand on him right now, so it will not be a problem.
hard.
Especially
Yeah.
a city this big, it's just you're gonna be able to find what you need.
yeah, you gave me 6 sapphires and I used 1 to make Fafnir.
Nice. That's right. That's right.
Don't forget when you get money, Aerith, to put one in to our
yes,
growing
yes.
horde.
Of course.
Gotta put one in the pot. One for everything we do. We'll eventually build our own horde.
There you go. Your own nation.
Under
Hell yeah.
Bahamut.
We own an island, guys.
One city-state. One little territory. It's independent of influence and somewhere that you guys can just protect high atop the cliffs of insanity.
Mhm.
I was so hoping because I honestly don't know what cantrips you had, and I was hoping one of you had thaumaturgy.
Somebody had.
Because that was the only way you were going to be able to talk to him from up here was with thaumaturgy, because that's what he was using. He just had a wizard casting it on him. Ascaland. Oh, sorry.
No, I only picked up prestidigitation.
Oh man.
Because I'm so good at pronouncing the word.
Welcome to our sovereign nation of Ascaland.
Ascaland.
Ken's gonna say absolutely the fuck not.
Oh, man.
I'm sure we're gonna have to name ourselves when we get to the council, so you better come up with an alternative. Otherwise, that's it.
Ascaland.
Look around, find out. That's on the flag.
Yeah, right. It's in like a circle around like a star thing, and just written in the circle on their flag.
We have been on both sides of fucking around and finding out. So
Yep. Sure have.
I wonder what nobody's gonna have his room set up like.
I don't know. Do you think it'll be like super sparse, or would it have a bunch of stuff? Because like you could go either way for somebody with no memory, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it'll be sparse at first, and then
as he's going, and just
Yeah.
adding it each time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's
Every
walking
time we
through
go
town, be
somewhere
like,
and get stuff.
it's a cool tapestry. I'm just gonna buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm
Right?
just gonna keep my eyes out for a
Filled
cool
with a
wall
bunch of
hanging.
junk.
Yeah. Just be that guy that has like endless posters slapped onto his wall, simply like tapestries,
Hell
and he
yeah.
just keeps buying them. Alright, no, I have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. Probably be on phone here in a few minutes.
And if our internet holds out,
Yeah, if our internet holds out.
it's
Try closing all the
definitely
windows.
chopping.
God, it's been so bad today.
Yeah. I just really hope they didn't fuck anything up, because they've been working on that stuff out there, and I'm like, as
No.
long as they don't mess anything up, like
It's just
make
because
it
it's cable,
worse.
and I guarantee you it's because everyone's in town for the balloon festival this weekend, and so there's just more people using the internet because it's
maybe.
cable. It just gets used by more people, so it goes crappier.
Yeah.
Balloons.
Festival where nothing has even happened because it's too fucking windy. I just
Balloons
see some
can't even
goddamn balloons.
I got stuck with one on my work. It was great. It was literally this giant ass hot air balloon floating like 2 feet above the road with 4 or 5 people just pushing it down the street, and a line of
Why,
cars
dude?
behind it, just like going like, all right. And they finally had to turn off, and like it must have been. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Just imagining.
I couldn't
Yep.
be upset. I was like, I can't be angry about this. My boss messaged me. It was like, hey, are you a Thunderbolt yet? I need somebody to get me a serial number off an amp. And I'm like, you will not believe me, but I am stuck behind a hot air balloon. Oh,
Shit,
I just
you're
want
not.
to see them. We're supposed to be able to see them from the house, and they haven't. It's like day 3 of the festival of 4 days, and they haven't gotten to go up at all just because it's been so freaking windy.
yeah, it's been too windy.
I'm
and cold.
sad. Just want to see
Sure they
them.
are too, making all the special trips.
Yeah.
They're having to push a hot air balloon down the road like
Right?
That's just. And there was something, I don't know what it was. I think it was like a makeshift flying device, or an improvised flying device. I could not for the life of me tell what the silhouette was. I could tell that it was flying, but it looked too boxy. It almost looked like a bike with 2 propellers on it, but it was too big, and it looked like there was a helicopter chasing it down. It was fucking great. I don't know what it is, honestly, but it's crashed to the sky. Oh.
hell yeah, dude.
I'm gonna use restrooms. I'm gonna sign out. Y'all have a great one. I'll be on the phone here soon.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to figure out if I could freehand draw a little bit of a layout here. Don't know how it's
You don't
gonna
have to
go
do it well.
on a touchpad mouse, but we'll see.
Hey, I mean, no one said it had to be good. I love just like running and doing stuff with my mouse and have it look awful. It's great. Adds to the character of the map.
Yeah, I think if we could rig it up, get a little bit of a loft over here. That way, this little
Right?
space underneath is enough to do something with. Just kind of
That'd
have
be
like
cool.
Ascalon put like a stonework ladder right there.
Yeah. I think he said we can do anything like within this next day. We can do anything like stone wise in the keep for free. I think because it's still kind of moldable.
Make that little loft area actual living space, and then downstairs is just gonna be like a fucking that episode from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Charlie's like, Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. There is no Pepe Sylvia. Just that down here. Ida's thought processes on like carving monsters and shit.
Hell yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, keep it. A giant bed and a giant like jacuzzi.
You could definitely be running water.
Can I have like we've got like a free day of stone shape with the within the castle, right?
Oh, it's more than today.
Oh, okay. Can I have just a recessed like basin?
Sure.
Hell yeah.
Possible. Go the stone tub into the room. Just...
Yeah.
Does it have to be like a default door? Can it be like sliding stone that goes into the wall?
Yeah, if you wanted to have a hidden door or something like that, we could do that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Just
I'm
have a
sure.
little sliding stone door right there. That way, people walking by, if we suddenly get invaded, they might not realize there's a room here.
Mm.
It's just hidden.
That's why I was like, I wanted it to be set up to be more like a fortress, you know, like a stronghold. This is a place where you guys could be legitimately besieged. And I was like, where would the teleportation circle be? It'd be somewhere secured, but not directly like in front of everything. And I thought that the pentagon shape on the first room was just like the perfect place because it was right there in the center, but you still have to get through the whole like temple at the front, which is big. It's plenty of room for you guys to mount a defense there and then retreat back and then break the circle and then retreat further back to the stairway and go up and then, you know. It should be really hard for anyone to force their way into there and take it from you, as long as you're there.
What's that spell where you can set like a castle's worth of like traps?
Ooh.
What is that
Yeah.
spell?
Is there a spell like that?
Yeah, there is, and I might be something that we can like pick up. I just can't remember what it's called, so I don't know what to look up.
Do you at least know like the what exactly it can do?
Hold on. Let me look up.
Because I have a list of all the spells.
Right, look up
Guards
and
and wards.
that's what it is. I knew it was 2 words.
What was it?
I knew it was 2.
Guards and wards.
Guards
it
and
might be
wards.
I'm sure it's a wizard spell. Wizards have access to almost everything.
Man.
Here it is. It is available for bards and wizards.
Okay, so either one of us could pick it up.
Hmm. It is a 6th level spell.
I could get that then.
You can booby trap our new home.
Yeah, right? God, it's too... I want to, like, read it out loud for you, but it's too long, and I know our internet's been spotty.
Do you want me
But-
to read it then?
If you want to, or posted it into
I have it on my phone. Let's
And
see.
in-
It takes 10 minutes to cast. And it lasts for 24 hours. You create a ward that protects up to 2,500 square feet of floor space, an area 50 feet square, or 100 5-foot squares, or 25 10-foot squares. The warded area can be up to 20 feet tall and shaped as you desire. You can ward several stories of a stronghold by dividing the area among them, as long as you can walk into each contiguous area while you are casting the spell. When you cast the spell, you can specify individuals that are unaffected by any or all of the effects that you choose. You can also
All of us
specify,
within.
you can also specify a password that, when spoken aloud, makes the speaker immune to these effects. Guards and wards creates the following effects within the warded area. Corridors. Fog fills all the warded corridors, making them heavily obscured. In addition, at each intersection or branching passage offering a choice of direction, there is a 50% chance that a creature other than you will believe it is going in the opposite direction from the one it chooses. Doors. All doors in the warded area are magically locked, as if sealed by an arcane lock spell. In addition, you can cover up to 10 doors with an illusion equivalent to the illusory object function of the minor illusion spell to make them appear as plain sections of walls. Stairs. Webs fill all stairs in the warded area from top to bottom as the web spell. These strands...
Yeah.
These
You just feel like
strands...
the entrance.
Yeah, these strands regrow in 10 minutes if they are burned or torn away while guards and wards last. Other spell effect. You can place your choice of one of the following magical effects within the warded area of the stronghold. Place dancing lights in 4 corridors. You can designate a simple program that the lights repeat as long as guards and wards last. Place magic mouth in 2 locations. Place stinking cloud in 2 locations. The vapors appear in the places you designate. They return within 10 minutes if dispersed by wind while guards and wards last. Place a constant gust of wind in 1 corridor or room. Place a suggestion in 1 location. You select an area up to 5 feet square, and any creature that enters or passes through the area receives the suggestion mentally.
One of you guys needs to take that for sure.
The whole warded area radiates magic. A dispel magic cast on a specific effect, if successful, removes only that effect. You can create a permanently guarded and warded structure by casting the spell there every day for 1 year. So it's kind of similar to Teleportation Circle.
Right. Yeah. The thing is that the keep itself is probably 50 to 60,000 square feet.
I kind of
So we could just have,
figured.
like a floor,
Entry.
maybe.
Hmm?
So could we like booby trap just the first floor, maybe?
Yeah, you could like booby trap the entry temple or the atrium there with the stairway and have that up and do it, progressively, over I'd say over the 100 years between now and future when if you guys survive and succeed, Ken and the whoever is left is running it, you'll probably have all of it run because you'll spend just a year casting it each day. But it would probably take 20 or so different casts to cover the whole keep with guards and wards.
We can do that.
What I was thinking and what I would suggest is look into glyphs of warding because they can't be moved and they're expensive because you need diamond dust.
Yeah.
But you can literally load a 9th level fireball into a glyph of warding, put on any criterion you want. Like if the person who comes into this room doesn't do the Macarena when they approach this door, it explodes, and then they have to,
It's good for a single nuke, but I think guards and wards would be more funny.
It would be different.
Especially if you can put a suggestion spell in one of the rooms.
To go away. Sweet.
Good.
It's cool.
Don't need to separate you out.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do my outro so whoever's still here. BRB. Alright, thank you so much for watching and playing along. As you know, there will not be a Curse of Strahd session this following Monday because of some real-life situations that are happening with our DM, so they will be unavailable to run the session. Tomorrow, I believe we should be fine playing Strixhaven, so stay tuned for that. And, yeah, so hope you guys enjoyed, and I will catch you guys next time. Bye.